doing today? Fantastic. My name is Mr. Ritchie, and I am the super scientist, and I see some familiar faces who've seen me before. Perfect. Good. Well, hands down, guys. Today I've got lots of different experiments we're going to do. We're going to do a bit of a show for you. Then at the end, over here, we've got a very special take-home that you're going to get to make, okay? So we're going to have lots of fun. Now, I'm going to need lots of helpers. If you want to help me, stay on your bottoms, put 2 hands up in the air, give me some big smiles. Lovely. Hands down. Now, for our first experiments, we are going to dive right into the deep end. We are going to talk about a very dangerous thing. We're going to talk about electricity. Now, who knows what electricity does? What things can electricity do? Yes?
Electrocute?
It can electrocute you. Now, is that a good thing? No! So what's a good thing electricity can do?
It can make you, like, if the power's out, you can, like, make some electricity and make a light bulb.
Okay, you can get a light bulb to work. What else does it power? Light bulbs? TVs?
Our brains.
Well, sometimes maybe, I don't know about your brains, but it powers different things. Computers, TVs, electricity gives things power. Now, one of my friends says it can do something dangerous also. It can shock. Now, I've got a special machine. This machine here is called a Tesla coil. Can everybody say Tesla coil?
Tesla coil.
Now, what this does is this lets me use electricity in my hands. Now, in a minute, we're going to turn the lights off. So don't be scared. First, though, let me show you what my machine does. When I plug this into the outlet, is it making any sound right now?
No.
Can I touch it? Yeah, nothing happens. There's a little button here. As I turn the button, can you hear that?
Yeah.
That is now the sound of live electricity. If I put my hand near it, what would happen? I would get shocked, okay, and it would really hurt. Now, I'm going to turn it down so when it's not making any sound, it's not going to hurt you. And first, I need a brave helper who's feeling nice and strong and tough. Come on out, my friend. You look like a brave guy. Big round of applause for my first helper. Okay. You can stand right here. What's your name? Damien. Okay, turn around, buddy. Now we're going to turn the lights down just a little down. Don't be scared, guys. Okay, we're going to make it just a little darker. Oh, that's perfect. That's not too dark. All right. Now, what we have here is a light bulb. Now, this is the same sort of light bulb that we have up in the ceiling. Now, you're going to hold this in 2 hands and do not drop, okay? Hold tight. Face everybody for me and take a couple of steps back. Okay, now, we are going to turn the Tesla coil on and move it towards the light bulb. Now, hold it out straight. Don't drop. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, how do we know the electricity's on? The noise, it starts to buzz. Now, I'm going to move this towards the light bulb. Now, as I do that, what does it start to do at the bottom? Just a little bit. It starts to light up. Look again. It's lighting up a little bit. Hold it up so people at the back can see. Watch. It lights up. Now, am I touching the light bulb? No, there's a big space in between the light bulb and the Tesla coil. Now, if I put my hand in that space, what would happen?
You can get shocked.
I would get shocked, okay? Now, what we're going to do, I am going to show you the electricity. Right now, it's invisible. We can't see it. Hold it just a little higher. Move your hands down to where mine are. Now, this time it might look scary. It won't hurt, I promise, okay? Hold it in 2 hands. I promise it won't hurt. Now, when I turn this on, everybody watch the bottom of the light bulb. We get the light bulb to light up. Now, as I get closer, the electricity is attracted to the bottom of the light bulb, and you have to hold on, and you're going to hold on, or do you want someone else to help? It's fine. You got it? I promise it won't hurt, okay? Hold on to it. It won't hurt you, I promise. Watch the bottom. promise it won't hurt. Here we go. Watch the bottom.
It's all right, David.
There we go. Give him a round of applause for being so brave. So, you can see the electricity now traveling through the air. What color is it?
Purple.
Purple, it's pink, it's got white and yellow in, and it's jumping through the air to the bottom of the light bulb. Now, what we're going to do next. Great job, my friend. Big round of applause. I need another helper. Someone else who's feeling tough and brave. Right at the back in the grey shirt. Come on out, buddy. All right. Now, my next helper's going to come and help me. Now this time, come on up, bud. You're going to hold on to this. Come and stand back over here. Now, what's your name? Luis, okay. Hold on to this in two hands. Now, do not let go, okay? What I need you to do, in a second, you're going to walk your hands up and then down, okay? Up and down. Now, don't go all the way to the top or don't go all the way to the bottom. Leave a little space. Now, everybody, let's watch the bright part of the light. When we turn the Tesla coil on, we know it's working because it starts to buzz. As we get close, the electricity's there, we can't see it. As we get closer, it now jumps through the air and we can see it. It's brightest at the bottom. Move your hands up. That's it.
Oh my God.
Keep going. And go down.
Whoa.
And go up. And go down. Now what's happened to the light?
It goes up.
It goes up and down. What makes it go up and down?
Electricity.
His hands. Now that's because I have given you superpowers. You now have the power to shock people. Now who's going to be brave and get a shock? Whoa, look at all the brave helpers. Let's go with the strong lady. Come on out, sweetheart. Big round of applause. Okay. What we're going to do, you're going to take a step over this way and you're going to hold on in one hand. You're going to point your other hand like this with one finger. Okay, come to the side, sweetie. Now, it's pretty dark in here, so we might be able to see it. What we're going to do slowly, you're going to touch fingertips. Now, after you do that, you always use your finger, okay? After you do that, you're going to touch her elbow. You use your finger, and then, sweetie, lift your knee up, and he's going to touch you on the knee. Now, everybody, watch and listen in between their fingers. Now, hold tight and don't drop. I'm going to set it to a level 3. So it's not going to hurt, it sort of tickles. Now, don't start until I tell you guys. We're going to do it nice and slow. Now, don't start yet. We need to get the power going. Okay. Now, slowly point your finger. Listen and watch. Did you feel that? Okay. Can we see the spark? Try it again. Do your finger. Do it nice and slow. Your finger. There we go. Elbow. Lift your knee up. Perfect. And can you do your nose? Great job! Big round of applause. Excellent. Get back down, guys. Now, is anybody in here today wearing light-up shoes? Does anybody have light-up shoes on? Come and help me. I promise you won't get hurt. Come and help me. Whoa, those are cool. I like those. Come on out, Twinkle Toes. You want to help, buddy? It won't hurt. Come and help me. Anyone else would like? Come on up. Everybody with light-up shoes that wants to help, come on up. You won't get hurt. Who's wearing light-up shoes today? Okay. Now, all of my friends, stamp your feet. Show everybody your cool shoes. That's it. They all light up. All right, now what we're going to do, we are going to make your shoes light up without you having to move. What I need you guys to do is all hold hands. Can you come over here first? Hold hands. And you're going to be at the end over here. Like this, okay? Now, everybody watch their shoes. What we are going to do in a second, you're going to hold on to the light bulb. Don't let go. You will not get hurt, I promise. this, okay? We're going to send the electricity up the light bulb through your body, your body, your body, your body, through you, into all of your shoes, and all of the shoes should light up. Now, here we go. Don't let go, helpers. It does not hurt, okay? Don't let go. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Disco shoes. So you can see them all lighting up. And when we turn it off they go. Hold hands, don't let go. The electricity thinks they're all one giant person. When we turn it on, it flows all the way through into their shoes. Great job. Big round of applause for my great hoppers. Perfect little guys. All right, now. What we're going to do next. This next experiment is one for your librarian. Now, what are you not allowed to do in your library normally? Talk loud. Now, to help your librarian out, if you're talking loud in the library, she can now put you in this. This is Mr. Richie's electric chair. Who's going to show everybody how the electric chair works? Okay, in the white shirt, come on down. All right, now. Hold on, Scooby-Doo. Stand up now. If we look at the chair, this is made of plastic. But look, the legs are made of metal. It's all connected with metal, and there are 2 spots on the seat, okay? Now, I need you to relax and sit down right on the edge, okay? Now, if your librarian's at her desk looking around and sees you talking too loud, instead of having to tell you to be quiet, she's just going to be able to touch this down and see what happens. So face everybody, try and relax. Here we go. 3, 2. No, oh, move over then. Let's see if we can get it just on the right spot. Oh! Big round of applause. Anybody else feeling great? Now this is good for parents as well, guys. You can get one of these if your kids aren't eating their vegetables at dinner. You can use this. So here we go. Face everybody. Try to stay calm. And sit down. And great job. Thank you. Now for this next experiment, I need a little lady. You will not get hurt, I promise. I need a little lady. Okay. Now, my friend here, turn around, has got a beautiful smile. Show everybody. Okay, now, you're going to be Mother Nature, and you're going to be mad and angry. So show me an angry face. That's a happy face. She's okay. All right, Princess, what we're going to do? This is the Earth. Who lives on Earth? All right, now, we're going to turn the lights down. Now, we've had some nasty weather the last couple of days, so stand back here, Mother Nature. Hold on to this. This is a thundercloud. Now, when we have a thundercloud, we get rain and we get lightning.
Oh my God!
You can see the lightning strike. Now, if the lightning hits the wrong spot, it can do a lot of damage. Now, stand back, sweetheart, just for a second. Here, this piece of paper is going to be a tree. Now, if you're ever outside in a thunderstorm, one of the worst places you can stand is under a tree. Now, hold on to this, Mother Nature. Don't let go. We're going to let the lightning hit the wrong spot. You're okay? Here we go. 1 second. was a tree, that tree would come crashing down on your head, and would that feel good? No. Okay, that would be really bad, right? Big round of applause for LaVergne37086. All right, friends, now we're going to put the electricity away. If you came up to the front and have helped me already, please don't put your hand up. Let some other people come and be my helpers.
I have
For my next experiment, I need somebody who's not afraid to get wet. In the America shirt, come on down. Here we go. All right, big round of applause. All right, now I need you to come and stand over here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, don't move, okay? In this container, what do we have? Water. Put your hand in there. Take your hand out. How does it feel? Wet or dry? Wet. It's wet. Just so you know, I'm not cheating. This is proper water. It's a proper liquid, okay? Now, I'm going to pour the liquid into one of my 3 cups. Here I have 3 blue cups. Now, let's pour the liquid into this one. So watch carefully. Make sure I'm not cheating. We pour the liquid in. All right, let's see. Now, which cup did the water go in? Did it go in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. Now watch, because I'm going to start to move the cups. And tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. You guys are too good for Mr. Ritchie. All right, I'm going to go really quick this time. Now remember, it's in this cup, right? No. Watch where you think it is as we move them around again. Tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh, not in the first one. Is it in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Not in that one. That means it's in that one. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to stand back so I don't get wet. 3, 2, 1. It's not in there now. It's not under this one. It's not under this one. And it's not in here. Now, what if you make water really cold? What does it turn into? Ice. Ice. Now, I didn't make it really cold and turn it into ice. What if you boil it and you make it really hot? It turns into gas or steam, okay? Now, I didn't do that either. I did cheat a little bit. Before you guys came in, I put a special powder in. Now, hold your hands like this. We're going to tap the side of the cup. 1, 2, 3. So we give it a few taps and we turn it upside down. Now.
What?
Poke it with your thumbs. Is it hard or soft?
Soft.
Let Mr. Ritchie feel. Rub your hands together. Do they feel wet or dry? They're dry now. So what we're going to do, we turn the water from a liquid to a dry gel. Could you drink that now? No. Now what we're going to do, we're going to walk around and let you feel this. So could you walk around this half and let people poke it? Do not put it near your mouth, okay? Get ready to poke it. Does it feel like a liquid? That's it, you ready to go? Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke.
Oh, it feels weird. Oh, it does. You feel like it?
I got one. Hey, you can.
Excuse me.
American shirt. American shirt.
All right.
He's just throwing it right now, too. I wish he was holding it.
All right, guys. Now, just so you know what you've been touching. This started out as a white powder, and it started out as baby diaper powder. This is at the bottom of a baby's diaper. It's called polyacrylamide. It's also used by astronauts in space, okay? It turns a liquid into a soft solid. Now, we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about one of my favorite things in science. We're going to be talking next about a special thing. Who knows what this is?
Dry
This is dry ice. Now, dry ice is one of the coldest things in the whole world. It's 109 below zero. It's so cold that if you touch it with your finger, it will burn your finger. So you can never touch it. It's so cold, it feels hot. So you can never touch this unless you're wearing a glove. Now my hand's getting really cold in the glove, but luckily it's not getting burnt, okay? Now if you move it, what can you see? Smoke. Steam, smoke. Dry ice is called dry ice because it's not got any liquid, okay? It's never a liquid, it's a gas. A frozen gas. Now, what we can do is lots of fun things with it because it's cold and because it's a gas. Now first, I need two helpers who've not been to the front yet. Let's get in the blue at the back and in the white. Yep, come on out. Alright, now I'm going to give you a quarter and one to you. I'm going to give one to you, buddy. Stay where you are. I'm going to give one over this side to you, sweetheart. Stay where you are. And in the middle, in the white shirt. Okay, now, if I give you a coin, put it in your hands like this. Everybody else, put your hands together like this. Now, let's create heat by making some friction. So slowly rub. You don't really feel much. Let's get quicker. And let's get quicker. And let's go full speed. Rub, 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 rub. And touch your cheeks. How do your hands feel? Hot, right? Now we want to rub, rub, rub to make this coin hot. So keep rubbing. Rub, rub, rub. Now we want the coin to be hot enough to start to dance. Now to make it dance, we hold it at the top. We're going to push it down. 1, 2, 3. Can you see it starts to move all on its own? So it starts to shake back and forth. Now, did we hear anything when we first pushed it in? Yeah, we heard a sizzle, okay? Now hold the top of yours. Make sure we don't touch the ice. Hold on to it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. Stay at the front. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Okay, stay at the front. Who else has got one? All right, you guys just turn around and have a look. So turn around and have a look. Push yours in. 2, 3, let go. That was a hot one. That was excellent. So you can see it start to shake. We've got one in the middle. I know we've got one in the middle for you guys. You can see this one, don't worry. Push yours in. Don't touch the ice. Be careful. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. And then one over this side. Watch out. We've got one over here. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3, let go. All right then, friends. Now, as I was walking around, the coin started to shake. What happened to these first ones we put on? Well, what makes you say they froze? What color have they turned? They turned white. Now, the dry ice is so cold that if you put a quarter on it, it will freeze mega quick. Hold your hand out like this. You're going to pass these around. The ice is too cold to feel, but you can feel the quarter. These are really cold, but they, get ready to pass them quick. Ah, quick, quick, pass, pass. Quick, quick, pass it around. 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 Let's hear it, everybody feel. Everybody feel. And you can sit back down. Okay, guys, let Mr. Richie get his money back. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Lovely. Okay. Now next, guys, we're going to do a listening experiment. Dry ice, we've said, is really cold. Compared to the ice, thank you so much. Compared to the ice, this pan lid is hot. Now when the ice hits the metal,
It turns up. Makes vibrate.
you get one sound. Two sounds, and then this one's my favorite. Is that you? Wow. So we got one here, and then in the middle's that stinker. Now, when the ice hits the metal vibrates. Show me vibration. Some vibrations are big. Some are teeny tiny. If the vibrations are big, stretch your arms out wide. It's so lonesome. Everybody make a loud sound. Stop. If the vibrations are small and close, put your hands really close. It's high! Now, what I need you to do is take a big breath, and you're going to follow my hands, okay? So, ready? Breathe in. Put your hands on your head. If you do want it, stay on your bottoms and I will try to get you. I need two helpers who've not helped me yet. In the,
I have a help.
Yeah, in the black shirt. Who's that? Is that Buzz?
No.
Lightning McQueen. All right, now, come and hold on to this. Two hands. Now, sweetheart, you're going to hold on to this with one hand. There we go. All right, now turn around and show everybody. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to make a potion using our dry ice. So with my hammer, I'm going to break it up into some little pieces. And we're going to put those little pieces in the container. So let me just see it for 1 second. Now, hold this in two hands. Do not drop it. Will not hurt you, okay? I promise. So be brave. Face everybody so they can see. Now be really brave. Hold it in two hands. It won't hurt you. Turn around. I'll hold it with you. Turn around and face everybody. Okay. Now hold tight. Yeah, hold tight. All right. Now, that's perfect. Now just take a step back. Add a squirt of Super Science liquid. Now don't be scared. A little bit more than that. There we go. Give it a squirt. Perfect. We add a little bit more. And now put that back on the table. This is now a Super Science Don't move, guys. I'll come and get y'all. A little bit. We're going to do an explosion next, okay? Okay, stand up here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, this first one is not one you should try on your own, okay? Well, this first one we're going to use some dry ice again. So we break it into a little piece using my hammer. And we're going to put that into a film canister, and you're going to hold this up above your head. Hold on tight, okay? Point it up. Now, we are going to add a little bit of water to get it smoking. Can you see it start to smoke?
Yeah.
All right, now hold it down here. You're pretty tall. Okay, now just away from your head. That's it. Now, we are going to add a lid. Right now, all that gas is coming out, all the smoke's coming out. When we put the lid on, the smoke is trapped. It starts to push. Now hold on tight, because any second, something should. In a second, it should.
Explode!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sit back down. Anyone else want to go? Last one. Hold on. It fills up. The smoke pushes until there's no space left, and all right, guys. Now, if you saw there, that one is a little dangerous. Sometimes the ice will pop out, and you might accidentally touch it. So that's not one you should try on your own. This next one is one you can try with your family, okay? All you need is a film canister. You can get these free at Walgreens. Now, where's my lid at?
It's back there.
Oh, I got this one now. You need to make sure you've got a clear lid, okay? They're giving you free at Walgreens. You need one of these and you need an Alka-Seltzer. And this is going to turn the bottle into a rocket. It's best to do it outside because this will go above a house, all right? Come on out. Now, what you're going to do, you're going to break the Alka-Seltzer in half. So snap that in half. We're going to put a little bit of water in the container. So we fill it up about a quarter of the way. Now, you're going to drop both pieces in. I'm going to snap the lid on. We're going to turn it upside down, and it's going to blow up. Here we go. We need to back away after we put it in. Get ready to drop them in at the same time. Both at the same time. Drop it in. Back away. All right, here we go. Now this one is safer because you can touch the Alka-Seltzer afterwards, and the bubbles are what caused the explosion. All right, thank you so much. Sit back down. Now, friends, we've got a special treat for y'all. Here in a second, we're going to move on to do our making portion of the show where you get a take-home. Now, before that, we've got a couple of announcements. I am Mr. Rich from Super Science. We have a soccer science camp next week down the road in Murfreesboro. I've got some flyers around. It's loads of fun. We build rockets and race cars, catapults, different things, and then we do soccer in the morning. So it's loads of fun. If you'd like to come, we do still have spaces available. I also do birthday parties where we can come to your house and we can do our fun stuff at your house. Now, can we do the announcements next?
First of all, let's give this to Rich.
I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another edition of NASA 360. Today, we've got so many things lined up for you. We're going to talk about technology, we're going to talk about exploration, and we're going to talk about dinosaurs and how they're all related. But first, let's talk about where I'm standing. Get this, I'm standing inside a fort. That's right, and it's not just any fort. This is Jamestown Fort. It's the site of the first permanent English colony in what was then called the New World. Today, of course, we know it as America. Now think about this. From this starting point, people spread out all across the country and eventually populated the entire United States. So I guess we have to say that this landing spot's a pretty big deal in American history. Over time, though, the original fort that the English settlers built fell into disrepair. And believe it or not, for many years, it was lost to history. That all changed in 1996 when archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso rediscovered the original fort. It began a whole new era of understanding what life was like for those first Jamestown settlers. For the first time, they had proof. Using old writings, drawings, and now a handy trowel for digging, Dr. Kelso and his team discovered where the old fort was, and they began excavating the artifacts. To date, he and his team have found over 1 million artifacts from the original fort, and they expect to find many more in the next few years. In a little while, we'll catch up with Dr. Kelso and dig a little deeper into the history of Jamestown. But first, do you know the difference between an archaeologist and a paleontologist? Well, let's see. They both dig in the ground looking for things from the past, right? Well, it's the type of things they're looking for that make them different. You see, archaeology is the science of understanding human cultures, while paleontology is the study of prehistoric life forms. So basically, archaeologists spend their time trying to understand human history, while paleontologists generally look for fossils from before human history, like dinosaur bones. Got it? Luckily for archaeologists and paleontologists, tons of help is now coming from NASA. How? Well, one of the ways is through the use of remote sensing techniques. Remote sensing? Well, in the broadest sense, it's the use of a device to collect information without actually physically touching the object. Now, a great example of a remote sensing device we use every single day, our eyes. Think about it. You can detect objects around you without physically touching them. You simply use your detectors, or your eyes, to see the object, gather information about it. You're using remote sensing.
There are many forms of NASA-sponsored remote sensing devices that are being used to help in archaeology and paleontology. Like, for example, there's something called ground-penetrating radar. This unique type of radar system can actually see objects in the ground without anyone having to dig them up. By using this, in combination with aerial photography and historical documents, NASA can help give researchers a much better indication of where to dig, what to preserve, and what areas to avoid. Satellites are another type of remote sensing tool being used by NASA researchers to help archaeologists and paleontologists. In fact, NASA archaeologist Dr. Tom Seaver has been using satellite data to help us understand why the Mayan civilization in Guatemala collapsed and how current populations may be able to prevent future disaster. Let me try to break it down for you. Between the 3rd and 9th century, the Mayan civilization in Central America flourished. But after about the 9th century, they collapsed, leaving archaeologists few clues as to why this once mighty civilization disappeared. This is where NASA comes in. Our remote sensing satellites can detect even small changes within the electromagnetic spectrum. So sand, cultivated soil, vegetation, and rocks each have distinctive spectral signatures, which are easily distinguished from each other. So archaeologists can use info from the remote sensing satellites to quickly target specific areas of interest, then send teams to that area to validate the findings. Dr. Seaver and his team have already found several previously undiscovered sites and feel confident that they know where others are, thanks to NASA's remote sensing satellites. That is how NASA is helping researchers find old ruins. But remote sensing satellites are also helping us understand why the Mayan civilization may have disappeared. Today, the Patan rainforest in Guatemala is covered with trees and is not heavily populated. But it was not like this during the peak of the Mayan civilization. In fact, during that time, this region had a population of about 2,000 people per square mile. which is about the same as current-day Los Angeles. With a population that large, the Mayas had to farm huge areas of land. To do this, they employed a technique called slash and burn, which eventually destroyed virtually every tree for hundreds of miles. Computer models show that as the trees disappeared, so did the rain, which caused temperatures to increase by 5 to 6 degrees. All of these shifts may have caused malnutrition and disease, which in turn contributed to its collapse. This information is especially important for us today because slash and burn techniques are once again being used in the areas that were once Mayan strongholds. Understanding what happened to the Mayas may dissuade current generations of farmers from following the same destructive path. So, as you can see, NASA technology is being used for a lot more than just to help us in space. It's being used to help save lives back here on Earth, too.
Hey, in a little bit, we'll swing back out here to Jamestown to talk with Dr. Kelso. But first, let's head to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo's there to see what a mummified dinosaur and NASA have in common. Hang on tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a real dinosaur? And I'm not talking about one of those dinosaurs you might see in the movies or even the skeletons in the museums. I'm talking about a real dinosaur with skin, muscle, and bones. Yeah, it might be hard nowadays considering the fact that dinosaurs lived, what, hundreds of millions of years ago. But what if I told you that researchers found a dinosaur just like that? Would you believe it? Well, if you said no, you better start believing. Because a few years ago, researchers found an actual mummified dinosaur that was still intact from the skin, to cartilage, to muscle. A mummified hadrosaur named Dakota is so unique in its discovery that it's changing what researchers thought they knew about dinosaurs. I rolled out to Bismarck, North Dakota to speak with my buddy Dr. John Hoganson about this amazing discovery and to find out how NASA is helping unearth more clues.
All right. Oh, wow, are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is the
This is so cool.
this is the tail section of the duck-billed dinosaur called Dakota, and it's being prepared here at the North Dakota Geological Survey Preparation Laboratory here at the Heritage Center in Bismarck.
This is something else. Wow. So, Doc, how was this dinosaur found?
Well, this fossil was found in 1999 by Tyler Leeson down in Marmarth, North Dakota, which is in the southwest corner of the state. He was only a sophomore in high school at the time, but was out exploring for fossils actually on his uncle's property down in the Badlands. Now, this is a hadrosaur called Edmontosaurus. That's a scientific name for this particular species of dinosaur. Hadrosaurs were duck-billed dinosaurs. They were a group of dinosaurs that were referred to as duck-billed dinosaurs because their snouts were compressed. Then it's very similar to a modern duck.
So, what is so unique about this fossil?
Well, you know, generally paleontologists, when we're out exploring for fossils, will only find individual bones or fragments of jaws or things like that. Okay. This particular dinosaur called Dakota is not only a complete skeleton, but it's very unique because the skin is actually preserved on this animal. So the entire skeleton appears to be wrapped in the skin that it was enclosed in. This is called a mummified dinosaur, but it's not a mummy in the sense of what we generally think about, like an Egyptian mummy that has been embalmed for preservation. The skin on this animal is actually preserved because it's been replaced by a mineral called siderite, which is an iron carbonate kind of mineral, which is very hard and has preserved the skin.
All right, so how did NASA get involved with this dinosaur discovery? Well, researchers needed a way to scan through all the layers of rock to see all the dinosaur, and since this thing weighs about 10 tons, they needed a really, really big scanner.
Well, you know, when we usually find these fossils in the field, we generally just find the bones, the skeletons, and it was determined early on during the excavation process that this particular dinosaur was covered in skin. So it was decided to take these skeleton blocks out still entombed in the rock, so big blocks of rocks were removed. And At that point, it was decided that the best technology to use to determine the position of the bones in the rock and the completeness of the skeleton was to use CAT scan technologies, and that's where NASA was asked if they could help with this. And it's been a very good approach, because with this tail block that we're working on right now, we, through the CAT scan technology, are able to know where the bones are before we actually start digging through the rock matrix.
Luckily for these guys, NASA operates the largest CT scanner in the world. Located at a Boeing facility in Canoga Park, California, this scanner's first priority is to inspect large space shuttle parts. Well, the task for Dakota was not all that different. So they loaded Dakota on a truck and shipped it off to California. When it arrived, the scanner was able to penetrate the dense iron carbonate that surrounded the dinosaur's tail section. And right away, researchers saw bones, tissue, and cartilage.
Well, since I've been a paleontologist, which has been a few years, there's been a lot of technological changes and advancements that have really helped the science. In addition to the CAT scan technology that we've been talking about here, there's a lot of remote sensing type of technologies that are available to us now, global position systems, mapping, LiDAR kinds of laser mapping, various other kinds of technologies that assist us in the field actually locating and positioning the fossil finds, because it's very important to us to know where in the rock column the fossil is found, and also, of course, the geographic position of the fossil. We also use CAT scans for determining the bone structures of skulls, and also the size of brain cases in skulls, fossil skulls that have been found. So technology is used extensively now in paleontology. We're preparing this for exhibit. The tail and one of the arms will be prepared and put on exhibit here at the North Dakota Heritage Center, which is open to the public. So we plan to have it here for quite some time if people are interested in coming and seeing it.
Good, absolutely. Well, Doctor, thank you so much for having us here at the North Dakota Heritage Center.
Really good to have you here.
Most definitely. Thank you. Hey, in a little bit, I'm going to tell you how NASA's bringing history to life on the Lewis and Clark Trail. So don't go anywhere. It's coming right up. You're watching NASA 360.
Okay, so the first English settlers landed here in Jamestown in 1607, but the first years, oh, they were rough. In fact, for many years, there was question as to whether this small fort would actually survive. There was starvation and a lot of sickness. But thanks to some local Indians and some resupply from England, this small little fort held on and it began to flourish. In fact, from 1612 to 1698, Jamestown was the capital of the whole country. That changed when a fire swept through the State House and it forced the capital to be moved to Williamsburg. Just a few years later, Jamestown was gone, both physically and in memory. Over the centuries, people believed that the old fort and all of its artifacts had actually washed away into the James River. But that all changed in 1994, when the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities, or for short, the APVA, commissioned an archaeological dig in the area where the original fort was thought to be. Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed the original fort had not been washed away at all. He had a hunch that he knew where to find the fort, and this old church had something to do with it.
The reason that I started digging where I did was that the church, there's a church tower here that's the only original above ground part of Jamestown, 17th century, and the church was originally in the midst of the fort. Right. One of the records said this, so well, it ought to be around here somewhere, so starting near the church was the key. And it was an area that had never really been looked at before, ironically enough. It's high ground. It's really made sense now that we know where the fort is.
Can you walk me through the kind of the excavation process, the recording? We were talking a little bit about the technology, and then where do the artifacts go from there?
Well, artifacts are removed from their soil, and once we understand the context, we call it, where they're found, they're taken to a lab and they're washed, and then some of these, like these iron objects, would have to be conserved. Some things, probably 1 or 2% of what we have here will go on exhibit. We have a museum here, and there are other traveling exhibits and other things that we do just to tell the Jamestown story.
How are we going to do this?
Oh my God! It's all metal down to here. That's why it's
all together. That's Lord Delaware. That comes over to Lord Delaware.
Dr. Kelso, how long have you been an archaeologist?
Well, I started probably 1607, something like that.
Wow, you look great.
Thank you very much.
Wait, over 400 years old. Gosh.
It's been a while, 45 years, I guess I'd say. Yeah.
All right, so in that time, in those 45 years, tell me, what have you seen, what changes have you seen, technological advances?
Well, the
archaeology.
major technological advance, you would think that we would have invented X-ray vision, and we'd save a lot of digging.
Right.
But that hasn't happened. There are certain machines that can give you some reading below ground without digging, remote sensing. But what I think the breakthrough has been in recording, the record of archaeology, because archaeology, I think in the past, is something that's viewed as destructive. But now we have the technology through a GIS program that we can record almost in 3 dimensions, and we're close. And if you can record in 3 dimensions, then you can actually replicate the site again digitally, and re-look at it. That still doesn't replace just blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, it's just down, it's digging, it's stooping, it's using our main instrument here is just this small shovel, and it takes a long time to dig out a hole like this with something like this. And but we have to do that so that we don't disturb artifacts.
So tell me about some of the amazing things you found.
Well, we've found over 1 million artifacts in this project. But there are certain things that really do stand out.
One of those things that stands out is a lead luggage tag with its destination stamped on it, Jamestown. This tag made the long journey from England to the New World on a wooden ship, then was discarded into the bottom of a well. After its rediscovery, 400 years later, it would again be making a long trip, this time into space. To help celebrate the 400th anniversary of Jamestown, this lowly luggage tag was placed aboard the space shuttle Atlantis, where it traveled nearly 6 million miles around the Earth. After the space flight was over, the tag was returned to Jamestown, where it went back on display in the Jamestown Archaearium with other artifacts from the old fort.
I think it really highlights the sort of age-old exploration process that in 1607, you had to get the vehicles, you had to raise the money, you had to get the political things in order, the charter to come to Virginia, and dress appropriately with armor and closed helmets, and because it was an alien environment, you had to put some kind of it is almost like a space station, here, or an outpost to begin to explore an unknown environment in Virginia,
and NASA's continuing to do that.
Right, and here's the colonization of the moon, and what are the problems? Well, you got to get there. You got to have the right vehicles. What do you take with you? How do you survive in this alien environment? You put an artificial surface around you, and you dress appropriately. So, it's really an age-old thing. This whole psychological need to explore, spiritual need to explore, I think, is still today just as it was at the time of Jamestown.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this correlation between the early explorers, yourself, your explorer, and then the future explorers.
Well, I'm kind of an explorer of explorers, the original explorers. I mean, we're trying to figure out what it was like to explore and to discover, and our project's called Jamestown Rediscovery. We're not discovering Jamestown, we're rediscovering it. And a good example is this space here, that this was used as a laboratory to study the minerals and the iron ore of this new land to see if it could be profitable to come here. And so I think that's very similar to what I've read about explorations, especially on Mars. They send out vehicles and they do drilling and they look at the materials, and that's what was going on here. And so this space was where I'm sure the people that you heard of before, Captain John Smith walked around here. Maybe Pocahontas checking out the blacksmith shop.
That is so cool. What an amazing job you have.
Well, that's the payoff is to feel the place, to walk the places, to be in the places where these historical events happened. So then the events take on much more meaning than if you just read them in textbooks.
Earlier, Dr. Kelso mentioned the similarities between the 1607 Jamestown explorers and NASA's future space explorers. What about all the explorers in between? Guys like Daniel Boone, Neil Armstrong come to mind, as well as many countless others who have helped broaden our knowledge through exploration. Perhaps two of the most famous names in American exploration history are Lewis and Clark. You ever heard of them? They blazed a trail through the American West, mapping out their path as they went. So what do you think? Did NASA have anything to do with the Lewis and Clark expedition? Well, not the original trip, but NASA is helping out now. Johnny Alonzo will tell you all about it.
All right, so we've seen a lot today how NASA's helping archaeologists and paleontologists through remote sensing. These remote sensing devices have helped us unearth some really cool findings in places like Cambodia, Central America, and the American Southwest. And they've also helped along one of the most famous trails in American history, the Lewis and Clark Trail. To find out how NASA helped map this 200-year-old trail, I rolled up to Fort Manda, North Dakota, to where Lewis and Clark spent their first winter. Before we get into NASA's involvement, let's go back a few hundred years at the beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Back in 1804, when the expedition began, we knew almost nothing about what was to the west of St. Louis. So President Thomas Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead an expedition west to find the first all-water route to the Pacific Ocean. This was an epic journey, taking several years and 3,700 miles to complete. During this trip, they collected samples of plants and animals, met many of the different Indian tribes of the West, and brought back detailed data about the route that they had taken. But even though they brought back some pretty good maps and data, they still weren't 100% accurate. That's because most of these journals weren't written right away, or they were written after a hard day's travel. And many of the entries contained geographical inaccuracies. So, this is where NASA comes in. Researchers from NASA Stennis Space Center took the maps of Lewis and Clark and combined them with high-resolution images taken from satellites and aircraft. They created maps with a 360-degree view of an area where the explorers traveled. From that view, archaeologists could follow the trails as if they were flying over the actual landscape in real time and in any direction or angle they chose. Researchers pored over these maps looking for telltale signs of human disturbances unique to the Lewis and Clark expedition. With this technique, archaeologists were able to narrow down some of the possible sites from many miles to a few acres. This information is helping to find Lewis and Clark artifacts that provide a clearer understanding of the expedition and what the lives of those early explorers had been like. And don't forget, NASA has a new generation of explorers too, that'll soon be going back to the moon and on to Mars. So in the future, when we talk about great explorers, there's no doubt that NASA's astronauts will be on the list. It's amazing, isn't it? Just when you thought you knew everything about NASA, we throw something else at you. So as you can see, NASA's not only trying to help shape our future, it's also making the past clearer. But that's it for this episode. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonzo. I'll catch you next time on NASA 360. By dinosaur. That's right, we're still in. These remote sensing devices have helped us on.
Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed he thought.
To find out how NASA helped. That's right, a mummified hadrosaur named Dakota.
Let's head out to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo is learning how NASA technology was used to unearth some really cool, really unique guys like Daniel Boone and Neil Armstrong may come to mind, as well as many countless Dr.
I rolled out to Fort Manda, North Dakota. Damn, that was it. That was it. I'll say it right this time.
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look. Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger-than-a-school-bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton. Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. There's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know what? Sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs. The dinosaur. Both. Or both. Both. Or both. The dinosaur.
You sure? Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater. And at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end, the megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so. That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question. Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, Warm water or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes, salt water and warm and cold.
Positive? You want to change it?
No.
Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in salt water and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question. Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile?
A fish.
A fish? You got that one right on. All right. Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it? Wow. I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime? Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal. Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think. Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century. Like, you've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were
so
only
in one city, in 1 year.
There were almost more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So, Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks, very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, you know, from getting an attack, you know, from being one of those small statistical numbers?
Yes, there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, and suddenly do something unusual, well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish.
Meat. Like cows? Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks. We've got a shark expert here on our hands.
Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton.
Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1% and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air.
The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey.
Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs.
We tricked them by my
The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling.
Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Any time a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system.
Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment. Every conservationist goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild, But Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know.
For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasional these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group.
The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for 35 years with a tagging program. That's natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years we've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today.
In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species.
Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife. There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities. So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark, or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help?
Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs.
So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is January 4th, 2024, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing in the new year for this community and for our nation. Father God, I pray for our first responders, our EMS, our police, and our fire department. Please bless our community and bring unity for the next year. All things I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to my flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we have approved minutes from the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting. A motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to department reports. Police Department. Deputy Chief Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman, and Happy New Year. You have the reports in front of you. Everything is moving along. We have some areas where we still have some concerns that we want to try and improve on as we continue to try and get our staffing up, which we're really excited about this year. The launch of Dayforce has been incredible from what I was told as far as the amount of applicants in a short period of time, and we're really, really excited, which is also one of the things that's on the consent agenda for this evening for our additional assistance needs.
Can you speak to the sharp increase with shoplifting?
So, two different things. One, obviously, the state has increased the level of a felony from $400 to $1,000 for merchandise and for property. So there's been an obvious elevation in the amount of shoplifting and thefts, not just in LaVergne, that's nationwide. They have a loss prevention person over at Walmart that is extremely aggressive and has been apprehending just about anybody and everybody they can get their hands on. And in doing so, they obviously get a small bonus that goes along with each one of those apprehensions. So from what I understand, Captain Call says we tried to recruit, but she was making more money than we could offer at the time. So, with that being said, she's going to be moving on to another department or another job of some kind in the next few weeks. But so I would imagine that may or may not lower down a little bit.
Okay, that answered my other question, which was, is this centered around one business? And so, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
How are y'all dealing with the shorthanded of staff? I know we lost one, and a few of them has moved on and retired. How y'all dealing with the shorthanded and the police staff?
Well, we're managing as best we can, Alderman Waldron. Some days are better than others because we're allowed the opportunity to have some overlap and some additional resources. But we're still answering all of our calls for service, and we're still providing the best service that we can possibly do under the conditions that we're in. Yes, sir.
And I believe you have a large number of applicants you're going through right now?
That is correct. It's a very, very large number. As a matter of fact, we had to actually close the posting so that we could sort through all of them, and we're really excited about the opportunities of that.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you have had an opportunity to review our report for last month and for the 2023 end of the year. You will see that there is a significant uptick in structure fires. That's almost double, just under double that. Trying to do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research into that. We believe that has changed due to some different documentation on our part. So what classifies as a structure fire may or may not have changed this year in our documentation. So we're trying to determine that to see exactly where that's at. Everything else seems to be within 5 to 10 runs or responses as we were this time last year. So we've had a 20-run increase, which is significantly different than the last 2 or 3 years, which was a 20% increase. So we're pretty happy about that. Any questions?
Could you remind the community about the form online to fill out for your home?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Community Connect is a application or a software that is on the City of LaVergne's Fire Department webpage. You click on that link. That leads you to the Community Connect. You enter your name, your address, contact information, the number of people that live there, your pets. You may list your gas shutoffs, electricity shutoffs. If you have a meeting place, if you evacuate your house to an emergency and you're going to meet by the tree, and we know that's where everybody should gather, all that can be listed there. It will also notify you in case you're not home and we respond to your house. It sends you a message or calls you and lets you know that we're responding to your home. And those are significant increases in our responses. Our firefighters en route can review that information. And I've had some question about the security of it because everybody's concerned about their personal information, and that has the same security measures as your banking software, your online banking software. So we feel very secure with that application.
I filled one out this past week. It's very direct. It only took me about 5 minutes at the most.
Absolutely.
So please make sure you do so.
I always say it's kind of like my generation had a window sticker that said Tot Finder. And so firefighters would arrive on the scene and they would see a window sticker and you would know a child was behind that window. And obviously we don't want that in today's environment. So this is a very secure way of providing information to firefighters.
Oh, just a reminder, it does ask about fur babies too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can upload your pictures.
You didn't say anything about fur babies, and so.
But you can upload pictures of that. And so, I mean, it's a pretty powerful piece of software that's zero cost to the citizens.
Have you had a pretty good response?
It comes and goes. You know, I think when questions like this are brought up in a public forum, or we have a public service announcements, or one of y'all share on your social media sites, we definitely see an uptick. And then, you know, as we not talk about it, it kind of goes away and then it comes back up. So anytime that you have an opportunity in your forums, we ask that you share about it. We put it out at all the public events, 4th of July, Old Timers Festival, or the Fall Festival, all that. So we try our best to put that out. We spoke about it last night in a News Channel 2 interview, so.
Thank you, sir.
They, same thing with the police department. Y'all had a application, a lot of I know y'all been running a little bit short on men. You still got 13 on duty each shift, right?
Yes, sir, we have a minimum of 13, no matter what. That's our minimum staffing, and we'll accomplish that through overtime, or I even rode a fire truck, rode on Christmas Eve just to accommodate that staffing.
You had a change in the application people applying for?
Right now, we are 9 firefighters short, actually 10, one off lieutenant's position, and we have 9 applicants that have job offers that are going through the background checks. So if we're fortunate and these people do get through the backgrounds and all the physicals, we will be one short of fully staffed going into a class in February and graduating in May.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ronnie. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 92 help desk tickets, 607 man hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, January 15th will be our Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. That'll take place here in the boardroom, 10 a.m. February 3rd, that's looking ahead a little bit, father-daughter dance. That will actually be at LaVergne Middle School off of Stones River Road. That will be from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in their gymnasium. You see our past events, December 2nd, that was our scheduled day for Parade of Lights. We had to postpone that. We had the tree lighting ceremony on the 8th of December. Past senior events, the Christmas party was December 14th at the Multipurpose Building, and upcoming meetings on January the 2nd, we have 3 Senior Center Advisory, which that'll take place here at City Hall for the first time at 5 p.m., and then Park and Rec at 6, and Beautification at 7. Any questions?
David, first question for the father-daughter dance. Of course, that's open to all combinations for if a young lady doesn't have a father or whatnot. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Open to everyone. Everybody's welcome. We're not turning anybody away. Last year, we were kind of caught off guard because the numbers had been down, so we outgrew the multipurpose building again, so we moved it back to the school. Not turning anybody away. Sons, fathers, daughters, aunts, sisters, anybody's welcome.
And then are we advertising the same way that we did last year to drive?
Yeah, and I think what helped us last year was all you guys pushing it out too on your pages. Like the fire chief said, that helps tremendously. We were overwhelmed by the turnout, and at that point, it was halfway through. Alderman Hobbs, you came, your family came, and when you guys showed up, the line was back to the softball field.
It was.
So we're going to try to avoid that this year. We're looking for a good event. I think it's going to be a good turnout, so we continue to, hopefully that one will grow.
And then for Martin Luther King Day Jr. Celebration, who are our guest speakers?
Pastor Joe Randall, he'll be here. He'll lead the prayer. He'll also say, he'll give a speech. He does a little Bible study, holds a weekly Bible study at the Senior Center. And then Commissioner Hope Oliver will be our second guest speaker that day. That'll take place here in the boardroom. Light refreshments will be served. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening and Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be a great year. We can feel it in our bones. Our attendance and our circulation was down just a little bit, but we take that into account that our library was closed for a week for maintenance and for also getting our book sale set up, which our book sale started on January the 2nd. Started off with a boom. We're doing great. It will go from now until all items are sold. And we have adult, YA, children's books, DVDs, CDs, and we also pulled out a couple of containers of old summer reading t-shirts. A lot of people have said that they would love to have some of the t-shirts that the staff have worn over the years. Not actually the staff wore, but some that we had left over. You know, it's not like the Elvis
Few
thing.
hand-me-downs.
Right. And we're selling those for $2 each, and those have really moved well. The library will be closed on January 15th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The library board will meet Monday, January 8th at 5 p.m. here at the City Hall boardroom. And I wanted to go over a couple of the Teens and Tweens programs that are coming up. At the very bottom of the page, you will see Saturday, January the 20th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Teens and the Tweens, which go from 10 years old until 17 years old, will be creating a Chinese New Year dragon. And this dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library in the YA area. It is made from cereal boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, and all sorts of wonderful sparkly gems. This year is the year of the dragon. So we're excited about the teens and tweens coming together to make that great creation. On Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the teens and tweens will be doing something similar to an escape room at the library, except they're not really going to be escaping anywhere. It's going to be a fun-filled activity that will take them on a journey through the main library, and they have to be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. They're going to be like Sherlock Holmes. So we're really excited about that. We have buttons made that when they get that code cracked, they can proudly wear their Sherlock Holmes button. So we're excited. We hope to have a lot of our teens and tweens out. Most of the activities that we do separate the younger from the older. So the teens would be your 13 to 17-year-olds, and your tweens are those 10 to 12-year-olds that don't usually fit in anywhere, and so we have a place for them now. So we're excited. Then I wanted to show one great thing. Miss Mary, our wonderful crafting lady, and that does a little bit of everything at the library, she does strings and things. It's the adult craft time, and it's winter luminaries. It's a mason jar, has a little light inside of it. It's coated. It's going to have sparkles, which Alderman, I know that your eyes lit up when I said sparkles before. And they're going to decorate it with some jute and some leaves. It's going to be beautiful. So would love to have any adult who is 18 or over to come and join us for that, but we do need you to sign up in advance at the circulation desk. And of course, you can find all of our great programs, which you can see January is pretty full. And thank you to all of our mayor and aldermen and other members who do share this when we share it on Facebook. Story times, the regular story times start back on Monday, January the 8th. Any questions?
How's the kiosk doing? I know it's should be very popular.
It is very popular. And during the book sale, we had several people who come in for the book sale that are not patrons of our library, and they will see it over to the side, and they say, "Oh, we didn't know that you had that. We'll be sure to come back and use it." It gets a lot of use.
A lot of people don't probably, the kiosk throws them off. That's where you can renew your driver's license at the library. You can renew it. You can only renew it, I think.
You can renew it. You can change your address. There are several different things that you can do. You just cannot get the star there, but you can renew your license.
It's so convenient there than having to drive to Nashville, Murfreesboro, or Smyrna.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Donna. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Ms. Donna, you had one other event this past month.
Yes.
And it was in partnership with the police and the fire department. Can you speak to that?
The last minute toy store?
Yes, ma'am.
That was amazing. the library was very proud to be the home base for the parents to come and choose some things for their children. And very well put together. Amber led us off with that, and then so many volunteers jumped in, helped out. Santa came, and then myself and Miss Julie from the police department, we were the ones that got to corral the children and keep them up front, coloring and feeding them donuts and juice. And it was just a lot of fun, but it was great. I mean, there were so many items for the parents to choose from.
I can't remember, and I don't know, Deputy Chief, if you remember the number, how many families overall were? It was over 100, I know.
It was 43 families
43
with
families.
144 children.
44 children, okay. Okay, well, good job by everybody who was involved.
Yes, it was fabulous.
Thank you, ma'am. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have your financial report from November. This is November, and I just wanted to let you know, property tax collections for December and the 1st of January are already 3.7 million. So some of those numbers will start to look a little better once we get that revenue in. Our sales tax was $923,000 above budget and $375,000 above our prior year. You'll see the rest of our balances. The second page is our balances in our bank accounts, and then our comparisons to prior year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have the water treatment plant. Mr. Danny Campbell.
Sparkles.
Sparkles. He thought she said sprinkles.
Sprinkles, sorry about this.
Put him back behind.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review the water treatment plant's report for December. Any questions?
Can you take us through the complaints?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting that one bit. We had four complaints this month, one for high pressure, two for low pressure, and one for cloudy water. For the high pressure complaint, we advised the customer to contact a plumber to adjust their pressure reducing valve if it was too much for them. We didn't get a pressure reading for that, but you know, that's kind of subjective. If it's too much for you, then gonna want to change that. For the two low pressure, one was at an establishment or a home that didn't have a hose bib on the outside, so we couldn't check the pressure. We advised them to contact our maintenance department to see if they could move any further, get a better look, whether it's inside the facility or their home, excuse me. For the second, it was an issue with 2 leaks that we had going on in the system at that time. So they were affected by that. It was actually something that came through. I wanted to say he's not here, or actually is, yes, Glenn. Came through the city database, and Glenn sent me over the complaint. I was able to contact the customer and see what was going on. I advised them to contact me if they were continuing to have the issue the next morning, because it was a weekend. I did not receive any phone call, but a couple days later they sent another post or another comment stating that everything was back to normal. So, however, that's, I think, one of the first times or a couple times that's gone through, but it was very successful. I appreciate your help with that, so that we could get that customer taken care of. The last was a cloudy water complaint. This was from due to air in the line due to the 24-inch main project. So it's a customer that's dealt with issues previously and is aware. We asked, they did have their hydrant flushed. We asked if they wanted that flushed again to see if we could get rid of any more air. They said, no, we understand what's going on, but if you can flush it when the project's done, we'd appreciate that. And I said, obviously, we would do that for them. So once this is done, hopefully sooner than later, we'll get that taken care of for this customer.
And where do they call if they have any issues?
No, I won't pick
Not
any.
Miss Donna's number.
615-793-6536, option 2, and that gets you to the water treatment plant.
Any questions?
I noticed that the lake is pretty much at winter pool right now. How does that affect the water treatment operations?
Thankfully, we haven't seen anything different from the previous months or been affected by the
Some of
level.
the people that constantly call in, like for water problems, do y'all advise them about getting a water filter?
We, to be honest, have not had issues with taste or odor or anything like that. The main complaints are low pressure is what we deal with. So that's typically their pressure reducing valve.
Is it any part of town that's worse than the others?
Not that I've noticed. I think again it's with the low pressure because it's typically their device on their property. It's isolated to their location.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-28, an ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 6, Section 2-601 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the membership of the Local Emergency Planning Committee. This received a favorable recommendation from the LEPC on November 13th, 2023. Do you need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 18P, Group C, parcels 5 and 5.01, consisting of approximately 0.83 acres, located at 512 and 516 Old Nashville Highway, from an R3 high-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service commercial zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Alderman Waldron. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes. We're going to go on to number 7, first reading ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-01, a resolution to accept Phase 1 of the Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Then number 9, a resolution 2024-02, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant who is the current member. And I'll reappoint Rhonda Humphrey to the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then next we have the Library Board. We've got 2 terms expiring, and we've got one applicant. I'll make a motion to appoint Dr. Martin Burgess back to that board. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got 2 terms that are vacant, 4 terms that are expired. And so the 4 terms that have expired, I will reappoint, which is Michael Dietz, Glenn Green, Doug Oakley, and Tanya Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item, motion to approve or reject a request for proposal for the Senior Center Services Provider. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Kind of talked at length in the workshop about this, and I done a little studying. It was my understanding in the workshop, the 54 company was going to do it cheaper than what LaVergne's paying now. LaVergne is paying $174,000 out of city pocketbook. The CNRC is putting in $28,000, and the Rutherford County is putting in $28,800 for the CNRC, $46,200 for the Rutherford County, and the 54. What is it called? 54.
54.
Just 54. They're going to do it for $220. So actually, it's going to cost LaVergne $46,000 more if I'm figuring right. Because with a 54, they won't get the 46.2 from Rutherford County, or they won't get the 28.8 from the GMISRC.
They are still eligible for those funds. When you look at that, you're taking those funds into our budget also. Those funds aren't guaranteed to us every year either. They have to be recertified every year. Several years ago when COVID hit, the amount of money the center got from the county, I believe, was lowered a certain amount. And then as they built that fund back up, we've gotten more money. So even those funds that we get from GNRC or that we get from the county, those aren't guaranteed funds from us either.
Right.
So if we didn't have those funds, that additional funding would have to come out of our general fund budget.
Right now, the city is putting out 174, and what we're going to pay the 54 is 220. And another question I have, are they going to still use the building down there?
Yes, sir. That will remain the city's building.
What about the insurance and liability on the building?
They'll carry insurance, and we'll carry insurance. There will be an additional shirt on their policy, and there would be an additional shirt on our policy.
What are we going to do about the vehicles?
The van, which is pretty new, we could probably refilter it. We could probably use it at parks for our event coordinator. The bus, it's not ADA compliant, and maybe at some point we decide to donate that to 54 to use for trips. That would obviously have to come back before this board.
Yeah, my understanding, it was going to be cheaper before we turn it over, but I found out it's going to cost us.
Yeah, I haven't put pencil to paper as far as what it's going to cost, but I do know the GNRC funds and the county funds that you're referring to, that organization is still going to be eligible for those. And even if we continue to operate it and say next year we didn't get the 40-some-odd thousand from the county, we take that 46 or 48 out that we're getting from the county, it's still going to take that 48 to operate that building down there. So even if we back those funds out of there, city's still on the hook for that money.
I'm not comfortable on really voting on it. We had such a short Tuesday to today. We just had I wasn't able to do a whole lot of looking in and figuring within 1 day turnaround.
Well, and Alderman Waldron, with all due respect, those figures aren't gonna change if we put this off another month. And I can sit up here and honestly tell you, the park staff is stretched thin. We went from having the doors open 4 days a week to 3 now because our staff is.
This is just information I found out within 1 day. You know, I'd be comfortable if we had more time to crunch some numbers. You know, it's.
I mean, I think the motion is to just approve or reject a proposal. So, I mean, I'm interested to hear a little bit more about the proposal, learn a little bit more about the proposal, but we got to get there first, right? So.
Well, that's their proposal. Their full proposal is in y'all's packet. You have that
from this week.
information. What we need is, if we want to move forward with,
Entering
That
into
doesn't
a
obligate us
drafting
to
a
a contract
contract.
with them.
No, this would allow us to form that contract.
Now I'm figuring, I found out it's cost us $46,000 more.
Well, we don't know the exact amount at this point that it's going to cost because we have not formed that contract yet. These numbers are based off of a 1 year. We could go into a longer or shorter period time frame contract because if you just go off of our budget year, if we went into a contract just to take us to the budget year, we would do a contract for 2 to 3 months and then have to turn around and immediately do another one. Whereas if we do a 17-month contract, you know, that would take us through our next budget year. But part of that contract and putting that together is figuring out those prices. And then all of that still comes back before this board. So whereas you were saying you would like more time, well, you're going to have more time because this just approves the city to go ahead and get that contract with 54 together. It still has to come back before this board for approval. This isn't an automatic approval for any of that. So
It's just too many ifs out there for me. Personally, just too many ifs for me.
but you would see that before you vote on the contract. Any other discussion?
And one of the things that dollars and cents is definitely a part of it, but David is bringing up one of the big things that we really got to think about it. His staff is getting thin. They've got another part of this city to operate. They can't just operate the senior center, and that kind of bothers me because, you know, they're down to 3 days because his employees are trying to do 2 jobs, and we've got to think about people to. You know, it's easy for us to sit up here and say, hey, let's do this. But the bottom line is, if you don't have people to run it and operate it, then the only other alternative is to shut it down until we get those people in place. I'm not saying this is a perfect situation. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, the dollars and cents, along with Evan and them doing the contracts, making sure everything is fine, it's got to come back to us. But, you know, I heard some people say to me the other day, well, hire some people that can do it. Man, that'd be awesome.
That's a challenge.
Well, it's like telling Chief over here, hey, hire some people and get some people working.
Let me interject real quick. When you say hire some people to do it, in theory, that sounds great. We're just going to pull anybody off the street and stick them in there. That environment will not handle that. That's why we are struggling as it is. The other lady that was up here the other night that didn't get to speak a lot, Miss Lisa Maddox, she has 17 years of social services under her belt. That's going to come into play. Alderman Waldron, you're bringing up the financial part of it. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to cost. I know if we were to lose any of those grants, this board would be responsible for finding that money. Same as them. That's what it's going to cost them to run it. That's what it cost us to run it. If we were to back out the 46 grand from the county, that money's got to come from somewhere. So they are still eligible for those. Now, what we didn't talk about, which that would probably be where the attorneys would come in, is that figure they proposed If they do get awarded those grants, does that funds get backed out of that? I don't know. That never came up. What they gave you guys was a flat figure as what it would cost them to manage our senior center. That wasn't taken into account. They're getting grant money because that's what they need from the city. So if they get 46 grand, I would just assume in my mind, we could back that 46 out.
It's just a clawback provision that would be in the contract, so.
That's just something we just don't know.
Well, and another thing, we're not, our members are not getting charged a fee, which we talked about the other night, but that still gives them the opportunity to go to any 50 Forward Senior Center. Even though they don't pay a membership in LaVergne, they are a member of LaVergne. If they want to go to an event at Donaldson, they're more than welcome to attend as a member.
So with that, we have a motion and a second to move forward with basically the forming of the contract that would come back before this board. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I hope everybody had a safe, happy Christmas and New Year. Always remember the elderly. Check on the elderly, and make sure the pets has got ample shelter and fresh water. And remember and keep in our prayers the Ingalls family. They had a death in their family, and two of their family members used to work for LaVergne. Just keep the Ingalls family in our prayers. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just kind of referring back to the senior center, I just want to say, this board, just to speak frankly, this board goes through, a lot of money goes through our hands, our responsibility. And I think ultimately, talking about $46,000, we owe it to our community. This is a community service. We owe it to our seniors. I think it's a good thing. We need qualified individuals in there to help them, cognitively, physically, socially. We owe it to our community. 46,000, we're nickel and diamond here. We owe it to those folks. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
Just to kind of add on to what Alderwoman Hobbs has said, I have volunteered at the senior center for many years, and to find qualified people to be there on a daily basis would be quite a chore. And once again, the $46,000, we ask for it from GNRC and from Rutherford County. So, and like David said, 50 Forward would be eligible to ask for those funds also. Our seniors are the backbone of our community. They're our history. And we owe it to them to have a place that they can go, and then to have an organization that can provide activities for them to go outside the center for field trips, to go to restaurants and do other things. And, it's one day the community will be a senior citizen. So, and once again, just Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor No.
Only thing I got is I want to encourage everybody to go out and get your red Stanley Cup.
That it, sir?
That's it.
Okay. We've got a few items. I just want to remind everyone about the special census that's been going on and will be going on for the next quarter. Please make sure that you participate in the census. We've got people going door to door. We'll have more over the next couple of months going door to door, and this helps our city receive the proper amount of funding from the state with the state shared revenue. So we need your help with this. So please participate. You can do it online. We've got paper forms. Please, please, please participate. I do want to ask everyone to continue to keep the Joyner family in your prayers. They suffered a major loss, both for our community and for their family. So ask that you please keep them in your family. Do want to thank the Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce I was invited up yesterday for the Leadership Rutherford Mayor's Panel, where we talk about the inner workings of local government to each of their classes. So Mayor Reed, Mayor McFarland, Mayor Lehman, Mayor Carr, and I were all up there. We have a good time, and we tie more people into what local government is and how it works. So that was a great little event. The last thing, and this is kind of just to remind both the board and all of our city staff, is a lot of times we think we're in the service industry with what we do here. We service the residents, but quite frankly, we're in the quality of life business. And that's improving the quality of life for our residents, whether it's making sure they're not driving into work with a bumpy road from potholes that Doug loves so much when I call them in, or that they don't have too much chlorine in their water, that they don't have people speeding or breaking into their homes, that there's not a forest fire raging through the city, and that they can reach out whenever they have any issues that affect their quality of life. That's the business that we're in, is to improve the quality of life for all of our residents. And so as we're starting off 2024, I wanted to remind everyone of that, because we all get caught up in what we do, what we're trying to accomplish, our goals, and that kind of helps center us back to what we're doing, whether it's our residents or our employees as well. So with that, I call this meeting adjourned. Hello, LaVergne. It's Jason Cole, Mayor for the City of LaVergne. Wanted to touch base with you and let you know about canvassing for our special census that's beginning soon. What that means for you is representatives from the city will be coming and knocking on your door. They will ask your address, how many people are in the house, and names. That's all that's required for the special census. They'll be wearing shirts similar to what I have on, or they will have a special lanyard as well that designates them as a canvasser. Each home we're asking to participate with this. Why we're wanting that is because each individual for the city is $170 in state shared revenue. This money helps fund our local police, fire, roads, and various other infrastructure for our city. To have an accurate account means that we will have the accurate amount coming in from the state. Each home is only requested to do one form. If you don't want a canvasser to come to your home, you can go on LaVergne37086 or scan our special QR code and go ahead and complete that online. The census will be going from now through February 2024.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission regular meeting on January 30th at 2024 at 6 p.m. First item of business, we do have a quorum. Our first item is to approve the meeting minutes from the December 26, 2023 meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I am correct. We didn't have anyone sign up for the public comment period. So at this point, I will turn it over to the city attorney, Mr. Cope, for a motion to nominate and elect a chairman for a one-year term.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So at this point in time, the chair is vacated, and I will be the interim chair for purposes of nomination and appointment of a new chairperson and other officers. So at this time, the floor is open for nomination of a new chairperson for a one-year term.
Nominate Earl Garvin.
We have a nomination. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify. Any other nominations? Hearing none, all in favor of electing Earl Garvin to another one-year term as chairperson signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank everyone once again. And are you
Second,
done, Mr.
third, and
Cope?
fourth, yeah?
Exactly, sir. So on number 4, we have a motion to nominate and elect a vice chairman for a one-year term, and I will entertain a nomination.
I nominate Jason Cole, Mayor.
We have a nomination for Mason Cole. I second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Congratulations, Mayor Cole. You are also vice chair. And on item number 5, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a one-year term.
Make a motion to nominate Graham Coates.
Second.
We have a motion for Mr. Coates and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Coates. Thank you for your hard work all these years. So item number 6 has been moved, so we'll actually start on item number 7. Site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 3, 2 buildings totaling 171,244 square feet on 43.88 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcels 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Logan.
Thanks, and a quick announcement before we get started. The Planning Commission and BOZA training, you've probably seen the emails, but that's been scheduled for the last Saturday of February. So that's February the 24th, and that will start at 8 a.m. Most of you know, but the state requirement is that all BOZA and Planning Commission members have minimum of 4 hours of training a year. So, and staff too that are here tonight that need those hours will also be at the training. So it's the last Saturday in February and 8 o'clock, and it'll be at the Stormwater and Codes and Planning Building at 5175 Murfreesboro. If you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you. So item number 7 is a request for site plan from the Co-op Business Park, and this is Lot 3 of the proposed business park. So on the screen, you can see the area in blue. And the zoning, this is I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning. And these are some photos of the co-op property. And another photo there of the existing buildings. It's a really large area, so it would be a really large development. And then this last photo is a picture of Waldron Road at one of the driveway cuts that's existing. So the private road that's installed by the developer will start from here. So that gives you an idea of that location. Of course, the first building of this whole development falls in the architectural overlay, but the rest of the buildings are outside of that overlay as you move back in the property. So this lot 3, will contain buildings 8 and 9, and lot 3 is roughly 44 acres. And in total, this project will have 9 new buildings and they will total about 1,081,000 square feet of new industrial and warehouse space. So you can see on this image lot 1 and 2 to the east, or excuse me, to the west, are closest to Walden Road. So lot 3 is in the rear, which is to the right in this image, and contains the existing co-op and the elevators and all that. It's a little bit closer view that shows all 3 lots. So the planning comments, the only planning comment has to do with sidewalks on Old Waldron, and I believe that they will elect to do the fee in lieu unless something's changed. And then that's all for planning, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
The engineering comments have been addressed. However, utilities has a few comments. They're relatively minor, but they do require some coordination between the developer's engineer and the Mr. Talovich, the utilities engineer for the city.
Very good. Is there a representative here this evening for this project?
Good evening. Jeff Konechny, Panatone Development Company, 1 Music Circle South, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir.
So Kimberly, let me back up. So these 2 buildings, buildings 8 and 9, these are going to be buildings that are owned, operated, funded by the Tennessee Farmers Co-op. So they're not going to be part of the Panatone building, speculative industrial buildings. We're building it for them, but it really represents an expansion of the co-op campus, not only in terms of square footage, but employment as well. So what we're talking about tonight relative to the sidewalk issue that Bo brought up is really we're looking at about a 1,600 linear foot sidewalk fee in lieu that we're asking for help from, because it's really going to be, Rob's going to pass out a couple exhibits. So it's going to be basically the area from where the crane area is to the lot 2 starts. So what Kimberly Horn took a deep dive into trying to figure out sidewalks in this area. At the end of the day, what we realized that the co-op project is really a legacy project that predates the city of LaVergne. You know, the co-op has been here probably 80 years. What we're running into is a significant amount of utilities in this area, specifically gas, electrical, that we're having a hard time engineering around to actually build some sidewalks. Plus the road and drainage system is so narrow in that area, there's not enough right of way to actually build the sidewalk. So we are asking for a fee in lieu situation, but we are also asking for the fee in lieu to be based on 400 linear feet, which is directly in front of building 9, which is basically represents the limits of disturbance that we're developing here. And the reason for that is really the co-op is the campus is sort of always ever changing, modifying, developing like we're doing here. There's a chance that the 2 office buildings on either side of building 9 are going to be developed in the future or renovated in the future. We've done, at Park 24 up the road, we've done this phased-in approach with sidewalks and fee in lieu. And so it is an important situation for the co-op. You know, the co-op represents the Tennessee farmers in the entire state. It's a little different than what the Planning Commission is used to seeing from guys like me or apartment developers or McDonald's or Thornton's that come up here. It's just another line item that you got to pay for. Here, it's something that money detracts from the farmers going back there. So I ask you guys to consider what else this project is doing. You know, we're doing some drainage improvements along Old Waldron. We're going to improve some water quality issues that the town currently has, and we're obviously increasing the tax base. So that's what we're asking for. The CEO of the co-op is here if you guys have any questions too to talk about the sidewalk issue.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Comments from the board?
I'll go ahead and tell the board, I've met with all of them about this. I don't have a problem myself with the phased in, but ultimately it's up to the board.
Jimmy, I met with them too. I gave them my thoughts and ideas to see if we could overcome some of the issues. My big thing for this board is we've been very consistent with sidewalks, and I think consistency needs to continue. I know this is a little different project, but consistency is one thing what we're looking for. So I maintain either they adhere to what we've been doing with everyone, all the other applicants that's been coming in here, or come up with some other resolution. I did suggest perhaps putting some of the monies for the sidewalk cost into down Old Nashville Highway on their property on the other side, just as a matter of interest, just to throw out there, but that I think was kicked back, or there was no comment on that. Drove down there today, understand it's a very difficult street, as you can see if you've been driven down it, but at the same time, if we do change, this board does change on this applicant, then everyone else that sees this is going to come in and do the same thing, and that what does concern me. And consistency, I think, is what this board needs to do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Coleman?
I'm fine with the phased in.
Mark?
I'm leaning toward what Graham's saying. I don't want to set precedent. This is a 1 million square foot development, and we're talking about 1,600 square feet. I mean, 1,600 linear versus 4. So
yeah, it's a different situation here because it's different than what I'm doing on lots 1 and 2. When I was saying a little earlier about, I'm a commercial developer, we're used to doing it. This is going to be funded directly by a co-op, right? This 1,600 feet, it's a long ways. It's a lot of sidewalk. It's a lot of fee in lieu for really what they're doing out there. It's not that much development for what they're doing. At some point, these other places will get developed, right? And what you don't know is you pay a fee in lieu now. What happens if, what happens if there's, you guys decide to do the road over in the future? Old Waterman probably is due for an upgrade at some point. What happens if that development is going to be so significant at that point in time they elect to relocate some utilities and build a sidewalk at that time? I think this gives the city and the co-op the most amount of flexibility to deal with what happens in the future. It's really just a deferral of this payment based on what's going to happen now in the future.
where are we at on linear foot cost?
12.
12
Per square foot.
per square.
Right. So it's $90,000 for 1,600 linear foot versus $24,000 for 400 linear foot.
And keep in mind, we are building on our piece. We're doing sidewalks, right? So, we're handling that piece. So it's just this situation for the co-op, which is a unique situation.
Still with Graham.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jim?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I'm with Graham on this.
Ms. Carroll?
I'm with Graham.
So I think the board consensus is the 1,600 linear feet.
Okay.
If that's fine with you, we can proceed forward.
Well, we got to move on. So, yeah, we'll take that vote and then deal with it.
Very good. So with that, do we have any other questions or comments for the applicant? If none, we'll entertain a motion, and that needs to be included in the motion.
For that, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted with pursuant upon the fee in lieu of the, what's the total amount, Gary?
$90,000.
$90,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, concept plan, LaVergne Business Center, 2 buildings totaling 346,800 square feet on 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located at 1701 Morris Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a request for the concept plan at the LaVergne Business Center. So this property is off of Morris Street and Minerva. So it's outlined here in the light blue color, which is I-1 Light Industrial Zoning. So this is Minerva Drive as it goes by Allvan and then goes up to roughly a 90-degree turn, and that's Morris Street. So it gives you an idea of the general vicinity. And then here's some photos of the property. This is the existing gravel drive. And so this is taken at that 90-degree turn. So this is the home on your left as you're facing north. And then this is the home to the right. And this is all part of 1801 Morris Street, or excuse me, 1701 Morris Street. So the proposed layout that they've shown is for 2 new buildings, and they're indicated for new parcels that will be created with their plat, and together those 2 proposed buildings total 346,000 square feet of new space. And they are proposing 2 phases, 1 phase for each building, of course. So this plan shows what they're proposing. And in December, they were proposing, they talked about accessing possibly through a private easement, but since that time, they've been working with staff and had several meetings. So now they're proposing to build a cul-de-sac at the end of Minerva Drive, which you can see here on this plan. So the cul-de-sac's right here. And the cul-de-sac will help take care of the city's needs as well as the access for this new development. This is a closer look at the 2 buildings. So proposed lot 1, the building's about 180,000 square feet. And then to the right, lot 2, that building would be 165,000. And of course, detention would go to the east side of lot 2. So this image will show some of the traffic improvements that they're proposing. So you can probably see down here, north is to the right, so it's not up as it normally would be. This is Minerva, and then you can see the cul-de-sac that they're proposing. And they are proposing a sidewalk on the north side of Minerva. They're not proposing on both sides at this time, but just that north side. And this is all van property here, but it'll be on that side of the road. They're also proposing to change the road from a ditch section to a curb and gutter. On one side. And they will be installing a traffic light if this plan's approved. So I think that pretty much covers it. There's not any technical comments from planning, but there are comments. Some of these have been taken care of, like the cul-de-sac, but staff thought it was best to just leave the opinion that it's always been staff's or planning department's opinion that the best way would be to access somehow to Dick Buchanan. I think this traffic light's going to be in the neighborhood of $400,000 to $500,000. So it surely would be nice to use an existing traffic light and not to put another traffic light on Murfreesboro Road, which I guess that's up to the traffic engineer. But avoiding a light would be nice and using existing infrastructure. But according to the developer, that's not possible. That they've not found an avenue that'll work for them. So if you have to pick, I guess, lesser of two evils, so to speak, I guess this is the one to pick. But it's not optimal, but they are proposing a lot of improvements, so maybe that'll work out and be good for the city. Other than that, I don't have anything. I'll turn it over to Gary.
All right, most of my comments, they've addressed all the comments specific to the site and stormwater and all that. It's all about Minerva Road. The first thing is they're showing basically all of their traffic will be using Minerva. Therefore, it's serving an industrial site, so we consider that an industrial road. Therefore, at Public Works Industrial Road section, we recommend that the full width of this be that section, and all the inches of asphalt and binder are in the comments. So it's a very thick, beefed-up industrial road section for an industrial access road. The variances that this plan is requesting, not providing curb and gutter on both sides, is a variance to the subdivision regulations, and the section is shown on your notes. The fact that sidewalks aren't shown on both sides is a variance to the subdivision regulations, again, referenced in your notes. And then no grass median. They have to demonstrate that it's not feasible to put one in between the back of curb and the sidewalk, also subdivision regulations. So those are the 3 variances they're requesting of you.
Very good, thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening? If you would, state your name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Brett Beeler with Kimley Horn, 10 Leah Avenue, Suite 400, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to address the curb and gutter and sidewalks and grass strip?
Yeah, I want to provide a little bit of context to planning's main comment about access as well. I hate to call it the lesser of 2 evils when it's the best available. So I just want to make that statement very clear to everybody here. Talking about the curb and gutter, we are requesting an atypical road section here. My comment here is that this is a retrofit. Most of the subdivision regs do uphold to more greenfield and new subdivisions. And so we all know when retrofits happen, we have obstacles we have to overcome. And so the main obstacle here along Minerva is drainage. And so I think, like I've said consistently to each of you, or like my client has said consistently to each of you here, there is a drainage issue in this area on the east side of Minerva Drive. So the reason we propose curb and gutter on one side of the street is to capture the majority of the watershed that is contributing water to Minerva Drive. So we put it on the most effective side. That's going to capture a majority of the runoff that currently hits the road and the neighbors on the east side today. If we were to propose curb and gutter on the east side of the road, or subsequently add a sidewalk on the east side of the road, we're going to worsen the drainage conditions for those neighbors and shove that stormwater and the ponding and the issues further onto their properties. And that's certainly not something we want to do.
Mr. Lyde, do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir. I mean, it will cost a lot of money to not do that. Let me put it that way. So to not force the flooding or more flooding and more issues onto the neighbors. I'm not going to say they would. There's always a way around it. It just costs a lot more money. The only concern we have is the reason I'm less worried about the walk than I am the curb and gutter. Having a road that is kind of lopsided, has a shoulder on one side, a curb and gutter on the other, on a foggy nighttime, it's just a little confusing. Not the end of the world, just a little confusing, and a little confusing is something you try to avoid in roadway design.
I mean, I'm at a bit of a confusing point here. It's a straight road all day long, all the way home.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe reflectors on the side without curb and gutter, could those be put in on the edges? Is that
That would help.
Is that something we could do?
Yeah, like I'm just gut thinking from like a bike standpoint, the flashers, the plastic breakaways.
Or the ones that are in the road, though, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, on the asphalt.
On the asphalt, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Some
we can.
sort of
I'll let.
Sort of an edge of line type.
Yeah.
They're typically on the yellow line in the middle of the road.
Right,
delineating
So
the
maybe
site.
you're a rumble strip or something.
Well, it'd be white on the outside, yellow in the center, correct?
Yeah.
I think we can look into that.
That
Yeah,
makes
I think
sense.
I think
Yes,
that's-
Mr. Chairman,
Please, sir.
I'm just, irrespective of the water issue, I just can't believe that you're proposing having the sidewalk on the incorrect side of the street. The houses are on the other side of the street. That's where you want the sidewalk. I mean, irrespective of the drainage, let's get the sidewalk where the people are going to use it.
I hear you, and I definitely respect that opinion. What a raised sidewalk is, though, is essentially a curb. So you are creating the drainage issue, putting the sidewalk on that side.
I understand, but now they've got to cross the road with track trailers coming across to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. Just, common sense.
I understand.
Ruling, I understand the technical side of it. And two is the issue of track trailers going up and down a subdivision road is concerning to me. That they were there first. Admittedly, this is phased. It's marked as you put the application in for it, but I think the applicant could do a better job of working more with the city and the residents on that street in the area to resolve some of the issues. My second comment is Explain to me, on the Allvan property, the water comes off their property towards Minerva, correct?
In a roadside ditch that exists there today, yes.
I spoke to one of the residents on Mars, and she's indicating to me that where your traffic circle is, the water is running across the road onto her property.
On Mars?
On Mars. So
Yeah.
at some point in time, that makes sense that you've got the water running towards the residential, and it's going to meet somewhere and go somewhere. So I'm just trying to figure out, have we got this right?
So just 3 quick points. That neighbor is further east off Mars, well away from the property and the development in question. I know the neighbor we're speaking of. 2, development can't fix all of the natural problems that exist, especially when they're well outside the scope of the development. I think we're doing more than enough for the neighbors from a safety standpoint. On all of our industrial projects, specifically from a Kinley Horn standpoint, we really try to over-detain stormwater because we know how much impervious area we're adding to our development. So we always try to over-detain the stormwater beyond the normal means of the requirements of the stormwater manual. And the goal of that is to reduce the amount of runoff beyond preconditions for what these properties are going to see. Now, again, I can't address that specific neighbor and fix her issues that exist today, because again, I can't even show you, she's so far off the page here to the south. But I can say that what we are proposing is going to benefit a majority of the neighbors that actually run along Minerva Drive. And again, a lot of these houses are in floodplain conditions. They have a stormwater problem today. They're going to have a stormwater problem with or without us, but we are improving the area and the conditions they have.
So I'm speaking to the owner of Allvan. He's indicating that obviously if this moves ahead, if it does, he is obviously then going to look at his property to do, bigger buildings and bigger machinery. So my question to you is, have you spoken to the gentleman and see if you can work together to get the street as it should be for operating tractors and trailers?
So I'll let Andrew speak here in a second, but the Allvan's property is down towards Murfreesboro Road. And I think they're going to benefit from what we have proposed here today, but I'll let Andrew speak to the Allvan's property.
Good evening. Andrew Mazey with Brennan Investment Group. I'm the developer of the project. My address is 4117 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville. So I have talked to Allvan's owner, their CEO and owner, to introduce our project and to collaborate, get his feedback. And so a couple things I want to talk about that conversation, which actually was late last week. Actually, it was yesterday. Talked to him yesterday. So, and Graham, thanks for introducing us. That was helpful. First of all, Allvan's is extremely supportive of our project. He's thrilled. Today, Allvan says that they're driving tractor trailers and flatbed trucks through the entrance on Murfreesboro Road, and oftentimes making that left, heading towards Sam Ridley and Smyrna, and it's not a safe condition. So he's thrilled that just from the traffic signal alone and that left turn lane that we're adding on Minerva, he's going to significantly benefit from Minerva, and he's extremely excited about that traffic signal. So that's point number 1. And he's going to work with us on easements and making sure we have sufficient right-of-way, kind of right at that intersection right there at Minerva and Murfreesboro Road. So as far as, are we going to work with them to make sure we get this right? Absolutely. Is that your question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Just for the board, just again, planning ahead as we are on the planning board, the other applicant on here this evening, is going to put another traffic light on Veterans. So we're starting to really crimp up a lot of traffic lights on Murfreesboro roads. It's just something to think about. That's what we're here to plan ahead. It's gonna get hectic.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments?
I can appreciate the addition of the traffic light. I think looking at the residents, I think it makes their ingress and egress every day, to that road a lot safer. And I can also appreciate that you got to put the curbing and stormwater management on that side of the street, because if you do it on both sides, you're gonna probably create a worse problem. I appreciate the efforts, and there is no perfect plan here, But this is, in my mind, it's a good plan. You've got the support of, the neighboring business. Again, there are going to be 10 residents that are impacted, but I think their benefit, again, there's going to be truck traffic. That's a non-benefit. The property's zoned what it's zoned. But they are going to have some alleviation of their flood issues. They're going to have, I think, a safer intersection at Murfreesboro Road. They're going to have a street that's not 70 years old. So, I mean, it's not perfect, but looking at the benefits versus the non-benefits, I'm okay with what I'm seeing. It's not perfect, but we're not going to get perfect here.
Is there?
So to ask, do you plan to follow the industrial road criteria that Gary outlined, with as far as the gravel, the numbers that he's got for gravel binder and topping?
The materiality, the section, yeah, that would be our intention.
Okay.
Any questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion if no other comments.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No, Mr. Cooks? Anyone else? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 9, preliminary plat, LaVergne Business Center, 2 lots totaling 29 acres requested by Kimley Horn, property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is the exact same property. This is the request for the preliminary plat. And here they're proposing 2 lots on the 29 acres. And since we already went through those maps, I'll skip those. But this will create the lots that are not there today. And with the new lots, that will allow for the new buildings to proceed. In this image, you can see Lot 1 is to the west, and then Lot 2 would have the building and the detention area. And then the cul-de-sac will be in this small area, which they're calling Lot 3 on the plat. And I don't believe there's any comments at all. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
And no from Mr. Coates. Item number 10. Motion passes. Item number 10, excuse me. Item number 10, concept plan and preliminary plat, Uptown at LaVergne, 8 commercial lots on approximately 14 acres requested by DSG, property located at Murfreesboro Road and Veterans Memorial Parkway, tax map 14, parcel 72.04, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Richland South LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is the request for concept plan and preliminary plat at the Uptown at LaVergne development. And with this plan, they're proposing 8 commercial lots on about 14 acres. So on the screen, you can see the area outlined in blue. Some of the neighbors here, this is the post office, and then the Dunkin' Donuts beyond the post office. And then this large building here is the Mid-South Carpenters Training Center and School that was built about 2 years ago. So this large area is what we're considering here with the Uptown at LaVergne development. And for the zoning, this is all zoned C2, which is highway service commercial that allows restaurants and retail establishments such as the Aldis that we'll get to in a minute after this item's covered. So these are the photos. You can see the townhomes, Central Park townhomes in the distance. So this property is adjacent to that as well. So Murfreesboro Road is here, and you're looking toward Nashville, and you just see the top of the post office in the distance. So this is a closer look at the layout showing the 8 lots. And this lot here that is basically blank is the Mid-South Carpenters Center. So again, it is 14 acres, and on the screen right now you can see, of course, they're going to have to build detention areas to accommodate all the stormwater. So they're showing that in these plans as well. Beyond that, I think everything has been resolved. There may be one question about utilities, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Light. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so just to kind of go over some of the discussions we've had, they initially submitted concept plan, preliminary plat, and site plan for the overall development. We've talked back and forth with them. That really isn't the way to do this. So what they're doing is they've submitted concept plan, preliminary plat, what you're looking at right now. If those are approved, then they will submit construction drawings under the subdivision regulations, and you'll be seeing the site plans under the zoning ordinance as the individual lots develop, which is a more normal process. So we're not going to be talking about the site plan as the next item. I believe that's going to be withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
They've addressed all of our comments. It was quite a flurry by their engineer. The one comment we're showing under utilities is not a comment for their plans. Their site investigation identified a problem we possibly have with a water line not being in one of our easements. So all it is a notation where we're asking them for some help when they get to the final plat process of maybe giving us some extra easement. So as far as these plans submitted, there's no engineering or utility comments.
Perfect, thank you. Have any questions or comments?
No.
If none, we will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion
Our
to
second.
approve and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. We will be going back to item number 6 on our agenda, everyone. So item number 6, site plan Aldi's new grocery store of 19,432 square feet on 2.4 acres, requested by ISG, property located at Murfreesboro Road and Veterans Memorial Parkway, tax map 14, parcel 72.04, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Richland South LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So it'll take the computer a minute to catch up. This is it. Okay, so this is the site plan request for Aldi, and I spoke with the chairman before the meeting and thought it would be best to move Aldi behind the last item, which was Uptown at LaVergne. I think Aldi got ahead of everybody else and submitted really early, which meant they had to go to old business on the agenda, whereas the Uptown was just coming in under new business. So it would be odd to have Aldi go before the actual concept plan. computer doesn't die. These plan sets are so large that it doesn't do well. Not sure where it's at. Well, this is close enough, so I'll start here. So this is the site, and you can see all the development around. So Veterans Memorial Park is behind this property and to the north. So you've got Veterans Memorial Park, all of the Central Park townhome development, and the new Carpenters Guild, and then, of course, post office. So it's the same general area that we've been talking about. So zoning is still C2, highway service commercial, and then you remember back in the fall, this property just to the northwest was rezoned for apartments. So it was rezoned to R3 for high density. And that's all part of this large development too. I'll skip the photos since we saw those with the last item. So you probably remember, because the Aldney site plan's been here, I believe this is the third month. So most of you all are probably familiar with it by now, but I'm not sure this is going to cooperate tonight. Okay. So this is the store. I don't think the layout's changed one bit since November. There's still parking on both sides of the store. This road here that it's fronting off of is Floyd Mayfield. Is that right? No, that's Veterans Memorial, excuse me. Veterans Memorial Parkway. And they are showing two access points. Of course, the loading dock and the dumpster are still in the rear of the building. So I don't believe anything's changed much through January. And I know that the planning comments have been hashed out by now. It does look like...
Your item one's an important one.
Yeah, it does look like there's some other comments, but I'll turn it over to Gary and let him cover those. Thanks.
All right, so, item number one in engineering is basically, to act on this tonight, you're granting a variance. The subdivision regulations give a process and reviewing site plans before the associated construction drawings where everything is joining to are approved. Y'all are certainly empowered to do that. It's just an odd thing. Number two is also in Bo's comments in the planning department. This lot doesn't exist and will not exist until there's a final plat. So that's an issue. So this is a site plan on a lot that does not yet exist. So y'all have to think about that on this. And then just note number three is for information. A pre-construction conference cannot be held nor land disturbance permit issued until up-down construction drawings are fully approved by the city. Now, on the utilities comments, those are really very, very minor labeling issues, and there's no issues between utilities and the engineer, and they have addressed all of our technical, that long list of technical comments, they've addressed all of those. And last, on behalf of Mr. White and the Codes Department, just making sure the building permit application cannot be submitted for the project until the final plat has been recorded and an address assigned.
Perfect, thank you. I will ask our attorney if we're safe to proceed.
Yeah, yes.
Very good. All right, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just just ask the applicant about this.
If the applicant would please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record, sir.
Spencer Schimmel, 6007 Johnson Chapel Road, Brentwood, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. Michael.
So just give you a chance to respond to some of the specifics that Gary laid out for us.
Okay. My civil engineer has been in contact with, I think, both of you gentlemen, and we'll be addressing all the specific comments.
Well, they've addressed all the comments. They've done a great job. Okay, your engineer's gone through all that, retired them all. The big issue is that this lot doesn't exist. You're tied to Uptown.
Correct.
And this lot that you're submitting a site plan for does not yet exist, and it won't until Uptown has gone through the final plat process. That's what's unusual here. Usually, we're looking at a site plan that's on a lot that exists.
Correct. So we're looking for site plan approval. Obviously, we can't move any further until it is platted. So that's the next step, and we'll be waiting until the next.
Yeah, might I jump up here?
Please, sir, name and address, sir.
Hey, yeah, Josh Newby, Woodhaven Development Group, 6000 Fairview Road, Suite 1530, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you.
What I would propose is that we just seek a conditional approval tonight. Obviously, we have no intention of changing Aldi's construction documents or their site plan or their parcel. The concept plan's been approved with the same parcel boundaries as is shown in their preliminary plat. So all we're really seeking to do tonight is give Aldi the peace of mind that they're going to be able to construct what's shown today, and our process will remain unchanged. We're going to do everything by the book with the city, start to finish.
Thank you, sir.
So I don't need any final approvals tonight, but if we could get around,
Well,
delay and let Aldi continue their building documents, then I think we're good.
I don't think we have to do a conditional because that's something I know we've frowned upon in the past.
Right.
But like their engineer said, if we do approve this, they're basically in a holding pattern because they can't pull permits from Mr. White until Uptown LaVergne gets as far as the rest of its stuff done.
Correct.
So.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to echo what the mayor said. We've tried to steer clear of doing those conditional type approvals for lots of various reasons, but I think the mayor's point's well taken about, I won't repeat it, but I agree with the mayor on that.
So we're fair to move forward with no problems? Okay. So any other questions or comments on the item?
Yeah, just a comment is that if there is any changes, you need to come back for us board.
Of course, and so as we sit today, our construction documents are fully fleshed out and they marry with Aldi's. So for the only potential change we have is if we do need to grant additional easement to the city to clean up that sewer item. But I do not envision any potential changes, and we're working with TDOT concurrently as well to make sure the access improvements don't infringe on any of this.
Everyone satisfied?
Yeah.
With that said, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to accept as submitted and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes, gentlemen. So now we will be moving on to item number 12. Preliminary plat, Blair Ridge 1 lot on 15.8 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
So I'm not sure the presentation is going to get through, so I'll just read the report. I think somebody said the packet was 1 gigabyte.
Oh, wow.
Or terabyte, or I don't know. I'm not a computer person.
One of them bytes.
One of those bytes. Anyway, so this is Blair Ridge, the preliminary plat. This is one lot. It's about 15.8 acres. Yeah, well, okay, thanks. Yeah. And this is requested by SEC, of course. This property is owned R3 High Density Residential.
177.
And if you're following along on your laptops, you can look at that. I'm not sure what's going on. Does it need to go? It's because it's a terabyte or whatever. It's such a large presentation. So this is a townhome development, if I haven't mentioned that. I know I said it was high density, but it's a townhome development, and the purpose of this plat is to create one new lot to make way for those townhomes and to establish the public utility easements for sewer and water. New parcel will be served by a new internal road, and that will be installed by the developer, of course. There are no planning comments. There are some engineering comments. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde.
The engineering, there's actually several comments. Now, the engineering comments themselves are relatively minor, but they come straight out of the subdivision regulations checklist. On the utility side, Scott is calling out that the existing utilities as shown are incorrect, which we'll discuss more under the site plan. But so there's some work to be done on these yet.
And do we have a representative here this evening? Name and address, sir.
John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir. Have you received a copy of these as of yet?
Yep.
Okay. Addressed, not addressed?
For this meeting, no, so we'll request a deferral.
Very good.
I can vote on it.
We'll see you at workshop, 2 weeks?
Yes.
Approximately. We need to make a motion for deferral.
Make a motion to defer to next month.
We have a motion for deferral. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll see you at workshop, sir. Item number 13, site plan Blair Ridge, 141 dwellings and 26 buildings requested by SEC, Inc., property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
So this item is the request for the site plan, and this is the same property as the last item, which was Blair Ridge. And you can see the property now on the screen, and it is outlined in blue. And this is right next to High Point 24, which is the large development that Panattoni has been working on for a couple years, maybe longer than that. Then to the south is the existing mobile home park that's been there for a long time. And then right across Blair Road is Portico Place, which is a residential development that's also under construction. So it's a really busy area on Blair Road with a lot of projects going on. And the next image gives you a close-up of the property. So they do have, this is an existing house. You can see the shadow there from the roof. And then there's an accessory structure toward the back property line. Other than that, this is a vacant piece of property. And here's some site photos. So that's the home that's currently there. Almost, it looks like a brick ranch-style house. And you can see, too, there's quite a bit of trees on this property. And then there's the driveway off of Blair. And then there's the zoning. So we're looking here at this green area, which is R3. So it is 141 units total, and it's in 26 different buildings. And most of these are 5 units joined together. Some of them are 4. So this layout here shows how the buildings are arranged, and it's more or less in a circle when you drive in and you just make left turns. and go more or less in a circle. The dog park is proposed. You can see it there in the middle, along with the mail kiosk that would be next to it, and a playground area as well. So all those are in the middle, centrally located. And of course, they're also showing that some of these road improvements on the curves have been from the portico development. So also the developer has indicated these would be two stories tall, all the buildings, and city requires, with the old ordinance, 423 spaces, and that's 141 units times 3 spaces each. So that would be 423 proposed, and the applicant is showing 466 parking spaces, including 2 handicaps. So they have plenty of parking. There's no problem there. And I believe that they would not be able to use the new parking requirements because I don't believe that's passed the BOMA yet. So there's no one planning comment that we had was, what's the plan for trash pickup? And that's all planning had. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde.
You can see from the report that there's quite a few comments and quite a bit of work to do on these. The one that I would point out as probably being the number one is the request for a traffic study for the internet. Similar developments, we've requested traffic studies, and we certainly want one for this corner, this curve in Blair Road. And at that point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Douglas, because there's also a very important one under fire.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas?
So currently, the way it's drawn up with the entrances and exits, you would have to comply with Appendix D of the code. You can actually substitute that if it is sprinkled. So either way you want to go, we can do it that way.
Thank you, sir. Still got a few items to work on this one as well.
Yes, sir.
Same emotions as the last one?
Yes, we'll request a deferral, but I'm here if you have any questions currently.
Make a motion to defer.
Or second.
We have no questions. Motion to defer in a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll see you at workshop, sir. Item number 14, preliminary plat, Burnt Wood, 8 lots and common area on 3.9 acres requested by Huddleston Steel, property located at Burntwood Drive and Vineyard Lane, tax map 32, parcel 6.03, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Gaddy Homes. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is the request for Burntwood. This is a preliminary plat that would create 8 lots and common areas on 3.9 acres. So this property is zoned R1, which is low density residential. We'll look at that in just a moment. This is image of the property. So this is at Vineyard Lane and Blair Road. Most of you probably are very familiar with it, but this is Blair with the curve that comes up a lot in conversation. And zooming out, you can see, so this is the property near the middle of the image, and then you can see just how much development is to the south. There's really a lot. And of course, this is not far from the last item, Blair Ridge, which is just here to the north. And then you've got Portico and the others on top of that. So busy area, you can see in this orange color. So this is all R1 is low density in the orange color. Basically everything south of Blair. So this is a photo of the property that was taken during the snowstorm last week, you can tell. This is the plat that they submitted. And it's pretty simple. It's not very large, but they are proposing the one road in the center, the one cul-de-sac that would serve all the lots. And they were showing sidewalks on both sides of the road, and all of the lots meet the size requirements and setback requirements of the zoning ordinance. And then this is a common area here next to Burntwood Drive. They are showing a small common area.
Stormwater detention.
Yes, that's that area before the stormwater detention. And other than that, I believe I've covered everything. So turn it over to Mr. Light. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
There's no comments on this. The note you see is just because of the new stormwater management ordinance, so they know some paperwork they've got to do in the future, but there's no comments.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
We just have a question in regards to that common area, the detention. Should that be split off into its own lot? I know we just had in this same neighborhood, just down the road, where they were splitting off their detention pond into its own lot. So just thoughts from staff on that?
I believe it is a separate lot.
It is?
Correct, it's proposed as a separate lot.
Name and address,
Enoch
sir.
Gerald with Huddleston Steel Engineering, 2115 Northwest Broadbusboro. But it is a separate lot, Mayor.
Okay, because I see the numbering through 8, but didn't see it numbered
Well,
as its own.
it's not a buildable lot, it's just a common area for the detention, it won't be a buildable lot. And we can number it if you like, but typically you wouldn't.
It will be owned by the HOA, yes.
Right, yeah. See, we can, if it's required, we can number it, but we typically wouldn't. It doesn't matter to me.
Staff fine with it not being numbered? Mr. Logan,
I'm sorry.
are you okay with it not being numbered?
Not numbered on the detention pond. Should it be lot 9 or should it be unnumbered?
I don't see a major problem with it. I mean, nobody's going to be able to pull a building permit on that lot. So.
Well, I'm just trying to save us trouble because we had the other one in this neighborhood that was grouped together with the house, and then they had to basically subdivide it into its own lot. So for me, looking at it, I couldn't quite tell it was its own.
I'm okay with that. That's fine.
But if it is its own, that's my big thing, is just to make sure of that.
We'll make it lot 9 and make sure we note that it's a non-buildable lot.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Number 4 is a buildable lot.
Yes, sir. We, like I said, these are larger lots, but we moved the line between 4 and 5, and there's like a 50 by 60 envelope to the west side of that lot. There's plenty of room, yeah.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve is submitted. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 15. Site plan U-Haul Phase 2, 2 buildings totaling approximately 43,000 square feet on 10 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located at 503 New Paul Road, tax map 17, parcel 40.03, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Americo Real Estate Company. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is a request from U-Haul, and site plan approval is what they're requesting, and they are adding finally phase 2 to their property. Building to the front that has self-storage, climate controlled. I don't know if the whole building's climate controlled, but I know a lot of it is. So you can see it there on the image, but that was finished roughly in 2020. And so that building's been out there about 3 years, 3.5. But the rear part that's shown here at that time was going to have some areas of covered storage for RVs and boats and other vehicles like that. But they, U-Haul decided to not build that rear part, so they came back here to the Planning Commission and got approval from the Planning Commission to not do the rear part, and I think they did that in 2021. So we're familiar with them, and staff has worked with them a lot over the last several years. They did put in a nice sidewalk on New Paul So that sidewalk is along New Paul at the front of the building. They did that, so that's been covered and that's good. So none of those comments, or you may have noticed, are necessary for this report. Zooming out, you can see it is next door to the apartment complex. That's really the only residential even remotely close. It's all industrial, warehouse, distribution type facilities all around it. And on the zoning, it's here outlined in blue, this dark blue area, which is I-2. So this is a picture of the rear area. This is basically looking west from the back of that building. So on the horizon or in the distance, you're seeing some separate warehouses. I think they're part of the Center Point development. And then again, you can see the back area is just a large expanse of asphalt. Right now, that's already been graded and is flat, so pretty straightforward. So this is the site plan that they've submitted to the city. Gone too far here. Well. So this site plan shows what they're proposing. And basically they have two buildings. They're calling them B, which is to the north, and then C. So the former building I mentioned would be A, but the square footage is about 15,000. It's like 14.9 for B, and then C is about 28,000 square feet. So that's what they're proposing with this development. And I did note, first building was in the architectural overlay, and that runs out at 250 feet into the property. So none of this is in the architectural overlay that is out there today. So the first building took care of that, building A. The only other planning comment was a photometric plan is required if the lighting is not already installed in the rear. And I'll turn it over to Gary.
All right, we have a few comments. The one that runs through engineering, utilities, and fire is a general overview of that. Is the fire suppression and fire protection plan is immature for a complete site plan, and that's the primary thing from those three. Kevin, anything you want to add to that?
If in the instance that the FTC is just going to be a single FTC that supplies both or all three buildings, it just needs to be reflected in the planning.
Okay.
Is that all?
And on behalf of Mr. White and the codes department, again, there is a retaining wall shown, but it's not a site retaining wall. It's associated with the building. So the design for that would be submitted with the building permit. We don't need to see it now.
Perfect.
That's all our comments.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative for this project here this evening? Name and address once again, sir.
John Miner with SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
Although it's not in the overlay district or overlay area, what colours the building going to be? Because we had some issues originally with the building which got resolved, but any idea what material they're going to and what colours they're going to be?
Materials, I'm not sure. As far as the color scheme is going to be similar to the front building.
So it'd be consistent with the rest of the building?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor? Anything?
No, he stole mine.
Oh, you got your question? Yes, sir. With the fire, do we need to get that on the plans before we move forward?
I would recommend it, yes.
Absolutely. It needs to be reflected in the planning, just so we can move forward.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will see you at workshop, and
Yes.
you know it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got one in.
I know. Everybody else is jumping the gun.
Jumping in on you. So, Mr. Logan's items 16 and 17 are withdrawn, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll move on to item number 18. Site plan, Auto Service Center, building addition on 0.505 acres requested by Chet Rhodes, property located at 5493 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group D, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Shams Property LLC. Slogan.
Thanks. So this is a request for site plan approval. It's actually really just to add an accessory structure to an existing building. So let me get past the two we skipped. Okay, so here it is. So this is, as you probably know, it's at the corner of Mercury Drive and Murfreesboro Road. And I believe a lot of people refer to it as the Van Winkle Small Engine Repair Shop. So it does have the green roof. I think it's had that a long time. And this came to Planning Commission also about 3 years ago, and it was in the overlay. So at that time, they added quite a bit of brick to the first floor of the building to get it through the overlay. So that was added at that time. Here's a close-up of the building and parking. So this I promise to not wreck two computers tonight. Okay.
Don't promise.
I shouldn't promise. So the new imagery shows what they added from the site plan 3 years ago, which is basically a concrete parking lot. They added some ADA spaces, and then they poured concrete down the rear of the building. And they did add this sidewalk as well with the site plan. So they did a lot of things back, a lot of improvements 3 years ago. This request is only to add a structure in the back. My understanding is it's going to be installed above existing concrete. So Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's changing any of the stormwater calculations. No. The main reason it's here tonight is because the architectural overlay does not allow really any materials except brick and stone, and it will allow some different materials if that 50 and the 80 percentile markers are met, just like any other building on Murfreesboro Road. But they had a structure there, I believe, last summer, and that's kind of what led them to have to submit a site plan is that structure shouldn't have gone up, and then it didn't meet the architectural overlay, so that was a problem. So that's what they're trying to get approval for is that structure. And some of the staff comments, the submittal did not show planning enough to know what they're proposing. It almost sounded like they want a covering that's got columns and not enclosed. So they need to specify exactly what that looks like, and then they need to submit color elevations, of course, and a materials board, and those are all planning comments for that too. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Thank you. We have a representative here for this project. If you would name and address for the record, sir.
Adam Glenn, 1501 Mearns Court, Clarksville, Tennessee. Yes, sir. There's a 12 by 20 patio out there off that backside. They're just wanting to put an awning over it, that's all. And there are 6 brick pillars we're going to erect to hold that awning, just to meet the 80 percentile regulation.
Okay.
Simply a break area for the staff, sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Logan.
Well, if it is just a covered awning, or I'm sorry, what'd you call it?
It's just an awning, sir.
Yeah, so then that begs the question, you can't have open storage in the architectural overlay. So that's why when we reviewed it, staff was like, well, it needs to be enclosed because you couldn't have open storage under the carport or awning, whatever it's called. So that would need to be addressed as well.
Okay. I think, Mr. Coate, you want to give a little history lesson on this one?
Yeah, but unless we get some specific plans, exactly what you're trying to do, it's difficult for the staff to guide us, the planning board, of what to do. So I think it'd be beneficial if you sat down with staff and got drawn up what you intend to do and present it to them and let them work with you to get it where it needs to be. At the moment, it's not really a complete application.
We have submitted drawings, and it is simply 6 brick pillars shown. I don't see them represented here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
the documents that were submitted, quite frankly, look like the exact same documents that were submitted whenever this first came through Planning Commission a couple of years ago. Because when I first looked at it, I was a little confused because it's talking about new sidewalk and a new brick trash can, which, though, a new sidewalk, you wouldn't put in a new sidewalk where an existing one is. But I can see where it was just written in as far as, on the older ones about brick encased metal columns. And, it doesn't really address, I think there was a wooden enclosed trash area back there at one point.
Oh, we were requested to take that trash area, which is present, sir, and enclose it in brick. So we're prepared to do that.
Right, but with this, it shows that it's being moved over, correct? It's going to be moved out of there and moved over to a parking spot?
It's his current placement.
Okay, so
I'm going to
there's some
interrupt.
confusion then.
I'm going to interrupt. My apologies, Mayor. So if I remember correctly, years ago when we approved this, the trash receptacle was supposed to be placed on that concrete pad. So that in itself is going to justify some more paperwork. We are going to need to know where the trash receptacle is going. We require an enclosure. As Mr. Logan said, there is no open storage allowed in the overlay. That's a small list. On top of that list, we are going to need a materials board, which shows us the type of brick, the color of brick, the material of the roof, material of pillars. So there's a laundry list of things that need to be addressed before we can even consider moving forward. My best recommendation would be to definitely work with staff, get those numbers. Mr. Rhodes is very familiar with the way we do things. I don't know if he's unavailable. I know he's had some things going on, and we respect that. But you need to get with him and discuss that, or someone equivalent. So there's some things that need to be taken care of.
We also require the color elevations.
Yeah, so we will need a rendering, which is a drawing of the facilities showing us what the final product is going to look like. Once again, Mr. Rose is very familiar with this. So it can be overcome. So don't think that it can't, but please don't get discouraged. We just need to work through all our steps. And at this point, the application is incomplete. Had we had a workshop, you would have already known this. The ball would already be rolling, so to say.
Right.
But we didn't have a workshop, so you're just now hearing this. And our best option at this point is a motion to talk about this at a later date so that we can address these items and you have a chance to address these items. Does that make a little bit more sense?
Indeed.
Excellent. So with that, we'll entertain a motion if there's any other discussion.
I make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to
Second.
defer. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion passes. We will see you at workshop, sir. Please come, and then we'll go over this again and help you work through it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next item of business is item number 19, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Mr. Logan, I'll let you touch on that for a second.
Thanks. So the update this month is that legal is reviewing it. I believe Evan's going through it. And also, we've been working on our R4 district and trying to get the R4 district like it needs to be So those changes are being worked on, and other than that, I believe that's all that's going on. Of course, once it makes its way through legal, it'll finally come back here for a vote. Well, a vote either positive or negative to the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
With this being an agenda item, should we vote on it, sir, for deferral?
Mr. Chairman, that's probably a good idea. You could just, well, it's not actually you don't have a recommendation before the board at this point, so let me think through that for a second. It's probably something we ought to pull from the agenda, so maybe a motion, I don't know, Kyle, if you have any thought on that, but maybe place it back on the agenda when it's ready to be presented.
So,
I think that'd be best, probably.
Yeah.
so we would entertain, it would be a
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we remove this from the agenda until such time that city staff and legal have finished their review and updating and are ready with a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And lastly, bonds and letters of credit, ma'am.
Hello, Commissioners. You should have the bond list in front of you. It is up to date, and that's all I've got.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is January 22nd, 2024. We have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. First order of business is I need to get a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Laura Davison and a second from Jody and Rick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I'm glad that we are hopefully over the threshold of this weather. I know it's been rough on everybody, and the freezing temperatures kept everybody in, but we made it, and we're here. And we're going to get started right off the bat talking about our upcoming father-daughter dance. I guess that's Miss Kathy.
It is.
All right.
Father-daughter dance is February 3rd from 2 to 4. This year we're having it at the LaVergne Middle School Gymnasium, the 382 Stones River Road. We'll have desserts, photo booth, face painting, and music. So we've got a bigger venue to accommodate the crowd that we had last year.
I was going to say, wasn't it pretty?
It was huge.
Yeah.
And we ordered 10,000 flyers to go to the schools, so those will start going to the schools either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Oh, goodness. That's why it's so, I didn't know you did you do that last year?
We did do that last year.
That's why it was so blown up.
Yeah. So we are planning to accommodate about 3 times as many as we did last year, which should hopefully cover the crowd that we get this year.
Hopefully the weather will be as nice as it was last year. The only question I have that I can think of off the top of my head is I know they were a big hit. Are you going to have those young ladies, the Merry Maid?
They have not responded to me. I don't know if they're available. So this year's theme is What a Doll. So I've got 3 independent face painters coming. Last year the mermaids did part of the face painting. So as of now, no. But that is subject to change.
I see there's already interest in some of the local Facebook pages, people that were asking about the theme, so I kind of went ahead and went in and posted that to share. I think it's a cute idea this year.
Thank you. Yeah, it is kind of, somebody said, is it Barbie? And it kind of is, but with copyright issues, we kind of, What a Doll is the only way we could kind of portray that. We couldn't really do any imaging for that.
No, but it's super cute, and they get to dress up. And,
Yeah, and Sheila went in today and shared it to a bunch of different pages as well. So hopefully between that and the flyers, we'll have a good turnout.
Good deal.
And just so anybody that may pull this up on YouTube, watching at home, it's called Father and Daughter's Dance.
Yes.
That does not mean anything. That's just the name. If you have a grandmother, grandpa wants to bring your son, your grandson, your granddaughter, your niece, whatever, please dress up and bring them out. The father-daughter is just something that's been around since the beginning of time with these things, and we changed it one time and it didn't do very well, so we want to make sure that we keep it father-daughters.
Also, it is free admission, so there is no entry fee for the
Free admission. I may stop by. I may bring my grandson and show off my dance moves.
Hopefully, there'll be plenty of room for you to dance.
Who's we got a DJ? We got
We
a
do.
DJ?
The same DJ company we've been using.
Okay.
Obviously, children theme songs, pretty much the same kind of music as we've had the last few years. So,
Any questions, guys? All right. We will move on to one of our favorites, the Easter Drive.
all right, Easter drive-through this year is scheduled for March 23rd from 10 to 11:30 at the park, same setup as the last few years. I am going to try to recruit a few other departments, have a booth as well. Usually it's the library and Parks and Rec, so I'm hoping to maybe have 5 different booths as they drive down the path. Offers a little more for each kid. We are buying more, which last year, that was another thing. We had such a good turnout. We've increased our numbers to be able to accommodate more kids this year, because it is while supplies last. In previous years, we had leftovers. Last year, we ran out. So we are accommodating for that this year as well. And we do have a rain out of March 30th, but with it being a drive-through, we don't anticipate having to use that rain out unless it's severe weather, because they don't get out of the car. So,
Yeah, but what about the folks standing outside?
well, we're fine with it.
You're okay?
We have rain jackets.
Yeah.
And what is the time on the 23rd?
It is from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. or while supplies last. Last year, it ended about 15 minutes early, but we're hoping to be able to go the whole time.
What was the start time?
10 a.m.
So if you do 5 departments, are you talking about 5 different departments giving out 5 different things?
Right, because, when the cars stop, if we're handing this car their bag, this tent could be handing the car behind them a bag. So I don't anticipate it slowing the flow down any. It'll just be, they're going to be stopped anyway.
So you do one item, but not 5 different items?
Well, yeah, each booth they would get something from each booth.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
it would be 5 different
Okay,
items,
gotcha.
yes.
So I'll still be standing up there yelling ages.
Yes, because we're still going to have the golden eggs.
And then,
So
yeah, the
we will
golden
still
eggs.
need to know the ages to be able to accommodate what bags go to what age, yeah.
I missed this last year because of a surgery that I'd had, and I was sitting home, really missed not being there for this because having been there previous, just the smiles and the kids are so happy and everything on this day. It's great. So I make a point not to miss this year.
Yeah, and the Easter Bunny will be back, of course, so the Easter Bunny tries to visit the kids as they drive through as well.
I anticipate being there as well, whatever capacity
Okay.
you may need me in.
All right.
Did, seem like I ask this every year, but I'm just curious, and I meant to ask you up at the office, did all the golden egg baskets get picked
No.
up?
We still had 2 left from last year. We had 2 from the previous year. I believe 3 and 5 and 6 and 8. The 6 and 8 is still there. So 2 again this year. I can't remember the age groups that were left over.
So this never showed up?
They never showed up.
And those golden eggs are real big, aren't they?
They're really big, and this is the poster for the event this year, and the golden eggs will have a little card in them with this design with the age group. And they have to come to the office and turn that card in to get that basket.
Can you explain what the golden egg means? I have never heard of it.
We do a basket of different toys and goodies for each age group. There's 4 different age groups.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
And Steve will let us know what age is coming, so we know we have them separated so that we make sure that a 12-year-old's not going to get a 0 to 3 egg.
Right.
So, and then it's just a golden egg with that tag in it, and if they get that egg in their bag, they come up to the parks office, or they can retrieve it at the event if we're still there when they realize they have it.
Oh.
So it's just a bunch of different toys, age appropriate per basket.
So you pick kids out randomly? Like,
No, I just scream out the ages.
Yeah.
A car pulls up and there's a 1-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 8-year-old, and I tell them 1, 5, and 8. Then they get the bags from different age groups because the Easter egg, you got 1 Easter egg in a 1-year-old, 1 to 3.
I
Or
think
0 to
it's
3.
0 to 3, 4 and 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12.
So there's 4 golden eggs.
okay.
And we don't even know what bags the eggs are in, because when we stuff the bags, these totes are huge. So this egg could be at the top of this age group's box, and this one could be at the bottom. So when we hand them out, we don't even know who's getting them until they come back and claim the prize.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what's funny is, like she said, 2 years ago, they had 2 Easter baskets left over that nobody claimed.
Oh, they didn't.
And then this last year, she
Right.
said they got 2 more, so.
Yeah.
They
But
just
those
don't realize
golden
what they
eggs,
got.
Right, if the children go through the eggs and the parents don't see the tag, then they just don't realize to bring it back up.
And if there ain't no candy in it, they
They toss it.
It's like, I don't.
chunk it. All right, good stuff. Any questions? And I guess Andrew will be up next and tell us about what's going on with this Brookside Park.
Brookside Park. So last time we had discussed, when we met, about the cost of the park just being astronomical for what we had budgeted. And so, we had discussed about possibly giving the grant back. Well, we went back to TDEC and kind of explained the situation. Our budget's not in line with construction costs and all that right now. So they did say that we could possibly alter the plan for Brookside Park and still be able to use those grant funds. They said that we would have to send in a new scope of work. So once that goes in, their higher-ups at TDEC would have to approve it if they would still be willing to move forward with the grant funding. But as far as right now, what we are proposing to them is going back and the parking lot, all the grading work, drainage, all that'll be in the scope of work. The pad where the play structures would be at would be, when they're doing the grading, would be flat. So we could come back at a later date, possibly the next budget year, and put the play structure in. Sidewalks would be in, benches would be in. Also, there'd be a concrete pad where the pavilion would go. So we would go ahead and have that included, and the walking trail. And that's what we're proposing to them once we get all the engineering back and submit that to them, see if they would be willing to move forward with that and still give us the funding. And then once, if that was to happen, we could go back and add a pavilion in the future and definitely the play structure. So we're still trying to see if they would be willing to let us use the funding. Of course, free money's good in some aspects, so if they're willing to let us use that and move forward, I think that's what we're wanting to propose to BOMA.
So we've proposed, and the ball's in their court right now?
We have not proposed yet, no. It still has to, they still have to have engineering drawings, so we spoke last Friday to the engineering firm that we're working with. They're just having to go back and adjust those details, and then once that happens, and as far as pricing on the engineering costs, we'd still have to go for BOMA on that, but once all that would get approved, we would submit that back to TDEC, and then the ball would be in their court as far as if they'd be willing to accept that proposal or not. What we're thinking is, as far as, your parking lots, your walking trail, and your concrete pavilion, or your concrete pad for your pavilion, is if we're tied to that stuff, that's stuff that's fairly low maintenance. So in the future, we talked about the pour and play surfacing. If that gets tore up, that's something that's going to be pretty costly every few years. Whereas we're thinking there's not much maintenance to, once you grade the property out, then it's graded out from here on out, unless there's some catastrophic flood or something. But your pavement, your concrete, that's going to stay in place. So that's our thinking. We're looking at it as if we can propose our hard structures and get those under the grant. Anything we do else would be out of that grant, so we could do whatever. They did say we could possibly do it in phases. So that's our goal, proposing that to them.
Now, David and Andrew came before us at the last MoMA meeting and went over this pretty extensively. Andrew, can you tell the board, let me see if I'm thinking correctly, that is it a $16,000?
As far as what we've paid?
That we would have to pay them.
It's roughly $16,000 to $18,000, I believe. That's what TDEC has. We have submitted for reimbursement, and they have paid. So if we did have to pay any funding back, that's what the rough amount would be back to TDEC. Like I said, if it is possible and they're willing to let us move forward with the grant money, what money's budgeted from the city, and we could get the scope of work we're planning, then we could do it in stages as far as adding pavilions or play structure. And play structure, in the big scheme of things, is a lot cheaper than having to do it through TDEC. So, and we would not be tied to it with that grant funding.
And TDEC, in the beginning, was kind of like it's all or nothing. And if it comes back that, and it still could possibly come back, that they won't do a little bit, that they may say, no, there again, it's all or nothing. And if that's the case, then we're going to be into that grant for how much?
As far what's budgeted, the city's budgeted 200,000, roughly 202, I believe, and that's roughly the grant funding as of right now. So,
now one of the things that I didn't understand, if a flood or whatever comes in and raises,
so if essentially if anything's damaged on your property and it's funded through TDEC, if you repair it, you have to repair it back to the same specification as what happened, what was originally put there when the grant was signed off on. So, like I said, when we talked about the rubber surface, and if that was damaged, or in the future you wanted to go back and even change it to mulch later, 15 years down the road, you could not do that because what you initially started with is what they require. And they do inspections on their grant projects every 3 to 5 years, I believe. So they do come back out and inspect to make sure that you're maintaining it to that original specification they signed off on. So that's why our thinking as far as what we're proposing with the scope is essentially if you put concrete down, it's going to be there. Your walking trail is going to be there. Your grading is going to be the same on your property. Your parking lot is going to be the same. So anything that we're trying to tie to that grant is not necessarily maintenance free, but essentially maintenance free. Then anything as far as pavilions, play structures, anything like that that's on us. So it's not tied to the grant.
that's what they mean, Felicia. I think about what she said, certain things, once you do that, you're married to them.
Mm-hmm. So we're trying to essentially get the least marriage to it as possible, but get our best bang for our buck at the moment. Like I said, once the project's, if we get the thing graded out, we can go back possibly in the next budget year before BOMA and ask for a play structure, and that's probably $80,000 to $90,000. The pad would already be level. We could have the company come in and build the play structure, and you essentially have a full park almost. So that's the update.
Restrooms and all?
No restrooms.
No restrooms.
Yep.
It'd be kind of like,
It's basically a neighborhood park, something like Lake Forest or Mankin Park.
yeah, Mankin.
Yeah.
So right around other
It's
houses and stuff like that.
Neighborhood park.
I was drawing a blank. Mankin. All right, any more questions? All right, so our next meeting will be February the 19th at 6 p.m. right here, and I guess then we're going to get into July 4th, Fall Festival, all kind of stuff, because it'll be here before you know it. Is you guys, anybody got any comments?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm looking forward to another year up here on the board, or at least until at least November. But it's going to be another, I'm sure Kathy, Sheila, Andrew, David, all the Park and Rec people's got us a big spring and summer and fall lined up for us for 2024. And I'm looking forward to see what they pull out of their hat. So with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Yeah.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We are out here on Uchee Refuge today. It's a little cool, a little crisp. It's in the evening, but it's a beautiful place to be.
It is awesome out here, isn't it?
It is.
Look
great.
at our office.
I know. I slapping myself every minute. Mimi, thank you for co-hosting. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you jumping in and inviting us over in your neck of the woods here to talk with these guys today. We have Brian Ledner and Scott Shelby with us today, and I'm excited to learn a little bit about it. Uchee, I grew up across the river over here, and I don't think I've ever set foot on this piece of property, which I can't believe. So I'm excited to learn more today. Brian, can you believe that?
I know, man. I think about that often.
keeps you
How's
up.
Jason never been here?
Keeps you up at night, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful piece of property. We're driving in, and I was thinking, man, this looks like some great deer hunting. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. What kind of opportunities are out here as far as hunting goes, and just what all happens on the property.
Some great work being done. I watch the progress every time I'm here, and I'm not gonna steal your thunder, but I watch that progress. I'm always so proud of the work that takes place. So thank you both for being here, and let's hear some more.
Yeah, let's jump in. I'll start with Brian. Brian, tell us about yourself. I know you've been on the show once or twice, maybe. Folks who maybe don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of what your role is here with us.
Okay, well, I'm the manager here at Uchee Refuge, and been here now for about 4 years, and just really thankful and blessed to be here. Been with the agency going on now 22 years, and I've had a couple different roles in the agency. I was with the law enforcement division for 10 or 11 years, and I was a biologist on the fishery side on the reservoir crew here in East Tennessee, and did that for about 7 years, and spent the next part and hopefully the last part of my career here at Uchee.
Yeah,
it's a really special place and unique, and I'm fortunate to work with a bunch of a couple. There's a couple other guys, and got Scott here with me today. Fortunate enough to get to work with who I feel are two of the best guys in the agency, and we get a lot of stuff done, and just really excited about the work we're doing.
Yeah, you got a force here, I'll say.
We do. We work well together, and these guys are knowledgeable, and truth be known, they probably know more about it than I do, and I feel like I'm riding their coattails sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. We got a lot of great people in the agency that know their stuff. We've said this in the past, but like our technicians and our biologists and everybody across the board, they're just great people. They know a lot of things. They know a lot of additional things to what their real job is.
Sure do.
It's amazing what they can fix and mend and make work for multiple years, or tricks and trades. But is this the only property that you manage? A couple other properties too, right? I just want to throw that out there.
We have, I think it's a total of 14 different units altogether between the three of us.
Gotcha.
And we've got Uchee Refuge here. We've got part of the Chickamauga WMA, and then we've got North Chickamauga Creek WMA, and those are in here, Ray, Hamilton, and then a little bit in Sequatchie County.
When you see that tractor going through town on the back of a truck, well, that's one of these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 3 guys for 14 areas. We kind of get spread out sometimes, but I feel like we do a pretty good job.
Well, real quick, just and then we'll get to Scott. But 3 guys on how many acres, roughly?
Well, 7,000, 8,000.
Yeah, this is 25. And
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's putting y'all are busy.
Busy.
Y'all are busy.
Yes.
Well, Scott, tell us about yourself, buddy. I appreciate you being on the show, and
Me too.
glad to have you.
I'm the technician here at Uchee. I've been working on 17 years this coming March. So I grew up farming. Was a lineman for 20 years before I got this job. So this is a blessing to me to be able to do what I love to do.
Yeah. I'm sure you grew up hunting and fishing and all kinds of stuff.
Everything. I mean, when we had time, when you farm, you don't have time to do a lot. But when you had time, we wore it out. But still, this is a great job, and I enjoy doing this. I enjoy farming. It's just a great place to be.
Yeah, like you said, blessed to do it. I can say that for myself too, that being in this role. It's a blessing to be here and enjoy what I do and enjoy sharing the love of the outdoors with folks. And you're making it happen for people to get out there and do it. You know, without you guys, it wouldn't happen.
We try to provide the opportunity.
That's great. That's great.
I'd say they're successfully provide opportunity.
Well, we try.
So today, it's all about Uchi, right, Mimi?
Yes.
Let's dive in. Tell us about the property here, and let y'all bounce it back and forth however you want to do it. No specific order or role assignment here, but the size, the location, kind of a little bit about the place.
Okay, like Scott said, we're about 2,500 acres, give or take 30 or 40 acres, and we're here right in the middle of Ray County here in East Tennessee. That's in Region 3, if you know about the regions within the agency. And I guess we probably came online around 2002 as a refuge, and Bernie Sweeney really got this thing kicked off the ground, and really got this place headed in the direction it's been. And you know, like I tell Bernie when I talk to him, I'm just trying not to mess up what he did. And then Scott was Bernie's right hand man, and when I came here, he really took me under his wing, and Bernie gave me some real sage advice, and I try to live by that.
Very cool. Very cool. So you said 2002. You know, that's why I've not been out here. I was in college in 2003, so
right.
That's maybe why I haven't stepped foot out here. I hadn't had a chance to explore.
Right.
So how was it acquired? Do you know that story?
Yeah, they worked with was it the Heritage? Let's see, and I don't go. You may be able to tell a little better than I can, Scott.
Not Bernie. He's the history. on
Bernie's
that.
the history
Yeah.
man.
But
we acquired it in 2002, right?
Yeah, it's actually a federal wetland. So half of it is wetland, half of it's upland. So we're under the federal wetland closure starting November the 15th through the last day of February on the wetland side of this. So
it is about the waterfowl at that time.
It is primarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a refuge, so there's not a lot of waterfowl hunting, right? It's a place for them to rest.
Yeah, this is a stopover for waterfowl.
Awesome. Well, let's get into some of the hunting and what is Uchi known for. When I drove through, I was thinking, man, this would be a great place to deer hunt. And I know that you said there's a few hunts out here, right?
It is, and this area is known for big whitetail, big bucks, and it's a really popular hunt. It's a quota hunt, and we have six quota hunts here for deer. 3 are juvenile hunts, and then 3 are regular hunts. We've got antler restrictions. You must harvest a doe before you take your buck. You know, we're trying to keep that ratio in as, you know, part of the quality deer management. And it's very popular. It sometimes takes 4 to 6 years to get drawn here. So you've really got to be patient to get drawn here.
Yeah. So work on get your name in the hat every year, gain those preference points if you can, and wow, yeah.
And it's pretty much the same with turkeys too. It's 2 to 3 years probably to get drawn for a turkey hunt.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah, we've seen some flocks when I've been down before, which is pretty cool.
We've got quite a few birds. These birds seem to be a little smarter here than they are in other parts. Those guys have got to be really on their game.
So, are you doing anything special for the deer and the turkey as far as your plantings and things like that? Any focus to attract them or to make that hunting better?
Part of Uchi's sharecropped, and the sharecropper has such big equipment, he can't get in some of our smaller fields, so we'll plant all of our smaller fields while he does the big ones. He leaves a percentage of the crop for everything to eat all winter long. So they really have corn, soybeans, sorghum, millet, stuff to eat year round. So that's the reason we have quality deer, have good genes, and good small game hunting. I mean, there's lots of rabbits killed, coons.
I was just going to ask what other hunts take place here as far as small game goes.
Rabbits, no quail. We're closed to quail hunting, but rabbits, coons, squirrels. I mean, people out here hunting all the time.
That's wonderful.
So that's open, I guess. whatever the season
It is.
correct? Okay,
It
except for that closure that we
Right
talked
on
about
the
earlier.
railing.
Yeah, awesome. I don't hate to jump off of this, but I just thought, we're standing here in front of this beautiful field. Tell us what's behind us, and the river's right down there, right?
The river is right down there. You can look. That's Eves Bluff, behind us. That's Meigs County. Watts Bar Dam is about 3 miles upstream here, just to kind of give folks, some bearings here.
An idea where we are, yeah.
And these fields behind us here are harvested, and we've been 4 months without rain. Normally this time of year we're holding some water, and you would see some pools in here. And this is part of our waterfowl closure area, some nesting places. The tree lines there. We've got creek channels that run in to the river, and we've got water control structures in those that we close off and catch the rainwater. And so we're just waiting on the rain.
Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful spot, and I see a few homes over there, and this Eves Bluff here, and it's just beautiful. I know people can come enjoy this spot, right? Too. I mean, it looks like this gazebo behind us. If you want to come view wildlife here, or watch the birds or whatnot, that opportunity's here.
Yes.
So
and not just waterfowl and game birds. We have a lot of a lot of shore birds, ground nesting birds, a lot of neotropical migrants. Bird watching's a pretty big activity through here too. So we've got some different types of habitat here that makes it really unique for birding. And anybody that's amateur, professional, man, they come out here, bring the binoculars, books, put on a good pair of snake chaps and some tick spray, and yeah.
It's going to be an adventure. Sounds like
it's going to be an adventure, but you've got an opportunity to get into some different type of habitats where you're going to see birds in a really close area and get to see a lot of different types of birds that you would have to travel a lot of different places. That lots of times you can get all those here in one compact place. It's really neat. Over to the north of us here, we've got what we call, that we affectionately refer to them as the knobs. Part of the Ridge and Valley system here that came up, and it's crazy that we're right here in the Tennessee River Valley. We're right on the river, but go this way several hundred yards, and we've got mountain laurel. So
wow.
It's really neat.
Yeah. Very
it's
diverse.
really unique area.
That is awesome.
So I know there's a lot of work that takes place here with crop planting, but I also know that you've done some other types of management to really diversify habitat. Talk a little bit about the big projects that you're working on, and multiple year projects.
We're continuing our early successional work here in Savannah type work. That was started probably 10 years ago. And we're continuing to work on that. Scott and I are a little bit of firebugs. We like to set those fires, but it's all for a good purpose. And we like to create those savanna type habitats and keep those. And fire is our best tool that we can use. A lot of the species in there are fire typic, which means they really thrive on the fire and they regenerate through that. And the fire gets rid of some of the undesirable species that sometimes that wildlife doesn't particularly use. And it's provided herbaceous soft mass plants and things, not just for we're kind of targeting quail right now, but it also man, I'll tell you what, Scott and I have really seen an increase in our turkeys,
Nice.
increase in our dove population. Our doves, we have doves here just year round, just tons and tons of mourning doves. And he and I both speculate that it's really, they're keying in on the soft mass, the seed, and stuff like that that's coming from our early successional habitat work.
Yeah, I've seen that. We've talked about many times, Jason, the most imperiled ecosystems in Tennessee are the grassland species, the grassland ecosystems, and trying to restore that. Not just it doesn't just help quail and birds, but everything, insects to our deer and turkey populations, and so much more.
We just finished up a timber harvest where we did it's commonly known as residential thinning, where we went in and reduced the basal area. And basically what that means is we went in and just reduced the number of trees in that area down To get the sunlight to the ground floor, so we can get some plant growth in that understory. And then we'll go in and manage that with fire. Fire will be our easiest way to manage that. And already seeing from when over the year that we started the project to the finish, the species composition of the wildlife that's using that has changed. Basically, and I hate to use this term, but I really do feel like that kind of fits it. It was kind of a biological desert just within that little 40-acre stand of loblolly pines. And so we've got it thinned down now to where we've had one plant species in there, which was a loblolly pine, and that doesn't produce any seed or anything like that that wildlife's going to like, other some nesting habitat.
Yeah.
To where now we've got all kinds of new lush understory growing, and we've still got the nesting habitat with the trees that we left.
Wow, very cool.
So it's really neat to see that change in just a short period of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it just in the past few years that I've been coming down. We've watched that growth, that regrowth from the areas that have been timber harvested.
Yes.
Fantastic.
More and more browse.
Yeah, they don't just eat acorns.
They love them.
Exactly. Yeah. So you talked about quail earlier a little bit. Have you seen any quail coming back? Are you hearing coveys or seeing coveys? Awesome.
Yes, we are. We're working on that. Trying to increase that, and through various efforts, such as the burning. We'll do some chemical spraying as well. As a matter of fact, today I saw a covey of quail in the road when I was coming in.
Wow, that's very cool.
It is.
So we know that rain can be and weather can be one of the challenges of managing here, but what's another challenge? What are the challenges of managing Uchi?
People.
People, and he means that in the best terms. Folks have, they've got different wishes and wants and needs and
For
what
sure,
they
yeah.
would like to do with areas. And, sometimes it's a challenge kind of trying to juggle all that. We want to try to provide the best opportunities for sportsmen. And sometimes, doing that for deer may not mesh as well for the waterfowl. And so we, try to balance that just the best we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all across the state. I think people have their preferences, and I mean in life, just in everything. We're all different. We all want different things. So
Right.
it's a challenge, and that's just part of what comes with it. And
with urbanization, there's not a lot of places folks can go, and sometimes we'll have we've got squirrel season, rabbit season going on right now, and we'll have all these guys in here at the same time, and you've just got to kind of make it, try to give them the best opportunity that they can together, and those guys know it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the repeat customers, we talk with other WMA managers, and I know you all know the people coming and going most often, and I'm sure they get used to and ask questions. And speaking of questions, we kind of wondered, what are the most common questions you receive here on the WMA that we might share some information with listeners?
Oh, that's great. One thing that we talk about with, we've got the wetland side that Scott spoke of earlier and the upland side. And then we, for our hunts, 5 of our hunts are open for the whole area. The last hunt that we have is during the refuge closure for the waterfowl side, so it's the upland side, and folks want to know, what's the difference. And basically, we've got a county road that runs right through the middle here, and it kind of delineates that the right side of the road basically is our wetland side until you get to right where we're at, and then this field right here is wetlands. But everything on the north side of the road is upland and huntable for those deer hunts.
Okay.
And that goes for our coon hunts and rabbit hunts as well, and squirrel hunting. And that closes November 15th, and it goes through the last day of February.
I think about you talked about the deer quality management, and I think, what are people expecting to see when they see the deer? What's some of the big deer that's come off this property, and any stories that you've seen some big ones come through, and just to get entice people to put in for these hunts? I know I'm thinking about it.
We've had several, 5.5-year-old bucks killed here. So, around close to here, maybe not in Middle Tennessee and West Tennessee, but that's a pretty good deer for around this area.
Yeah, for sure.
But, 3.5, 4.5, it's pretty common here. So the quality is, the genes are here, the quality's here. It's just, the bucks are smart. There's so much pressure. They go nocturnal, and it's hard to kick them up.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to work and hunt.
Yeah. Well, it comes back to personal preference too, on maybe on this one, but some people think we don't need a antler restriction, and some places have them, some places don't. That may play a factor in it, may not. Everybody has their own opinion, but it seems like it's working for you guys, for this piece of property.
It's worked well.
It's worked well, and if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Just keep on trucking, right? All right. Let's see. Where are we at? Maybe current projects.
Well, I wonder too, out of all the hunts you do, I'm sure you enjoy the juvenile, but what's been some of your favorite hunts throughout the year?
Yeah, that's it for me. You hit it right on the head. It's the juvenile hunts. Seeing a kid come in with their first deer or their fifth deer, but lots of times we get the chance to see those kids come in with their first deer, and I like to send you those pictures.
Yes.
And we try to post those, and I always get the parents' permission, of course, but those kids come in, they're just beaming.
Yeah.
And I know Scott has the same sentiment too. I think if we could have all our hunts, juvenile hunts, we just he and I, we probably would, just for the and I'm being a little selfish here, but just for the self satisfaction of seeing those kids. I mean, it's just that's a lifetime for them. And
Yeah, that
and
first memory. That's wonderful.
They have the potential of killing a deer of a lifetime here, and a lot of them do.
The other question we had is if someone's never been here before and they put in for a hunt, and after a couple years they're lucky enough to be drawn, what do they need to know? Tell us about the terrain. Tell us if they've never been here before, what they should know about coming to Uchee.
The terrain is diverse. We've got here on the river bottoms, that's pretty flat, but if you decide that you want to take a chance and go up into the knobs, and sometimes that's where those deer they'll kind of get back in some of those spaces, you better be in shape because it's pretty steep, and if you're lucky enough to harvest a good deer, you may have a pretty good drag.
It's good to know, though.
It's definitely good to know. Yeah, and like we said, you've got to harvest that doe before you take that buck. So always, be mindful of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to know. And like check in when you come to those hunts. Are you just good to go, or do you have to check in that morning, or how's that?
You're good to go. And I tell folks while they're in the stand, they harvest that doe to go ahead and check it out on your phone through the app.
Yeah.
And keep on hunting. And then when you're done, just if you're lucky enough to get that buck too, just bring them both in. We get the data off of them there at the check-in station, and they're good to go.
That's cool to know. That's good to know, and I can apply in the field on your own property.
Absolutely.
Checking in and using that app, and
so handy.
Yeah, keep hunting. Yeah,
the restrictions aren't applied on the youth hunts. We won't.
Okay.
We won't do that to a kid. I mean, not yet. So hopefully we don't ever have to.
No, we're going to grow them. No, yeah. I hear you. Yeah, that's awesome to let them, take what they want. They may not ever get another chance. So that's a great way to maybe get them hooked and lock them in. And the youth hunt is a draw hunt as well, or is it?
It is.
Okay. Yeah. So make sure if you're a parent out there listening or watching, put your kid's name in the hat. Make sure they get on the list to maybe get a chance out here.
That's right.
From far and wide, or do you see mostly locals putting in for those hunts?
No,
we state.
We get folks from everywhere.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Very cool. Well, current projects that are taking place, anything coming up down the road or happening right now that on the property that you want to share or talk about?
Yeah, we just finished up installing a fire break on the north end of the property. That side of the refuge really hasn't ever been burned on purpose. So,
whoops,
yeah,
a few lightning fires.
Yeah, few weather issues, but we've installed that with our thanks to our heavy equipment crew. They came in and had the equipment to get in on the back of those. Like I said earlier, that's some really steep terrain back in there, so it's really kind of made it almost impossible to do any controlled burning on that side of the road. So we got that completed this summer, and we we're hoping that we continue that, break it up so we can manage some smaller blocks in there and be able to manage our fires in there and be able to do some habitat management and increase our footprint there.
Very nice.
Very cool. Yeah, that sounds.
Something to look forward to for the future too. I mean, watching that progress is always
Yes.
amazing.
Definitely. All right, let's see. Any other things y'all want to cover about this place? And then I want to ask a few questions.
No, I think we've pretty much covered it. Can you think of anything, Scott?
Just get out, get your name in the hat for
Get
these
your name in
hunts.
the hat.
Come do some small game hunting. Enjoy the bird watching. It sounds like a fun place to hang out.
It's a really cool place, and we'll have to get you guys back and throw you guys on a buggy, and we'll go take a tour of it sometime.
I'm up for it.
Let's do it. I'd love that. I'll just come knock on your door.
And the squirrel hunting and the small game hunting is a good way to learn the area for a deer hunt. So if they can have time to come out, it's a good way to feel it out, learn what it's about.
That's a good tip. Yeah, come out here and do some small game hunting, and you kind of have an idea of the terrain and what you're going to be expected to tackle.
Yep.
Well, I'll let whoever wants to jump in. What's an outdoor hunting story you want to share with folks that, in your lifetime, something that stands out that just hits the mark, whether it's a mentor hunt that you've done or whether it's something you've hunted yourself? Or I know people love to hear those stories. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. It's the thing about, I'll just go ahead and tell one on myself. Growing up, I was a waterfowl hunter, and if you've never been wet, either you're not really a waterfowl hunter or you're lying. And we were gathering up decoys one time off the front of the boat on the Hiwassee River. And it was a little deeper than I thought it was, and I filled those waders up. Luckily, it wasn't over my head, so that was a cold ride back to the boat ramp. I will say that.
I bet so.
When you're young, you can do that stuff and recover from it pretty
And learn
quick.
from it.
I don't know that I could do that and be as happy about it as I was that day. Of course, my buddies, they had a little better time out of it than I did.
Oh, I bet so. I bet you heard about it for a while.
Oh, yes.
And Scott, I know you have beautiful daughters, and I know you've had them out there.
They enjoy it.
I also know you're a crane hunter.
Well, we try. They're getting more and more smart every year around here, so we do our best.
Yeah, I guess you can probably see a few sandhills flying by.
You'll see a few.
As they're headed towards the refuge, yeah.
Yep.
Very cool.
A few snow geese yesterday. So
wow, yeah.
Everything's traveling right now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Good time of year.
Yeah, so come out here to UT. Check it out. Like we talked about, hunting, bird watching, being in God's country. It's nice right here. I love it.
Sure is.
Well, Mimi, thank you. Guys, thank you.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thanks for coming out and having us.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank y'all.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is February 1st, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Call this workshop to order. The prayer on Tuesday night will be by Alderwoman Hobbs. I will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 2nd workshop and the January 4th regular meeting. We'll have departmental reports, and then we will have old business, which is second reading ordinance 2024-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 18F, Group C, parcels 5 and 5.01, consisting of approximately 0.83 acres located at 512 and 516 Old Nashville Highway, from an R3 high-density zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service commercial zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. We will have a public hearing Tuesday night on this, and that will be at 6:30. Does anyone have any questions?
I got some. What really concerns me about this is 0.83 acres. That's just a little bit over 3/4 of an acre. It just that concerned me about the easements and the if in the future, if Cheney and Old Nashville Highway is improved, time they get the easements, I feel it ain't gonna be nothing left. I don't know if the Planning Commission looked at that or not, but I'm sure it'd be 35 foot. You take 35 foot on Cheney and 35 foot on Old Nashville Highway, I don't see nothing left but maybe a place to put an outhouse. But that's one thing that concerns me. It's just a small lot.
Well, the applicant is not here tonight that I can see, but we can always see about reaching out to have him at the meeting, and they can speak to that.
We've got Bo. Bo, what was the discussion in the Planning Commission on the small lot and the right of ways?
So it does appear to be a small area, but the applicant did submit a plan that was a prototype. I think I mentioned this last month at the workshop too. That plan shows a hypothetical layout for a building. One is closest to Old Nashville, and the other layout showed the building pushed back with all the parking in the front. So according to their prototype plan, of course, if this rezoning goes through, they'll have to come back in the future with the site plan, just like any other project. But they've shown that they've got space to build, I'm going to say, a small to medium-sized retail center.
Yeah, it just don't. If even Old National Highway goes 3 lanes, and you put a turn lane on Cheney, you're cutting most of that that V up there is going to be gone.
Well, they've got both prototypes in the packet showing that, and at least with one of them, there's plenty of setback for actually Cheney and Old Nashville, but we don't, whenever it comes to setbacks, we don't really address that until it's site plan, because the rezoning is looking at the feasibility as far as what is being looked at for use, not site. Yeah. I do know Rafiq, speaking to him after the last meeting, Glenn, scroll down just a little bit now, stop right there. The high density property just to the south of it, they are also speaking to the owners about purchasing, which would do the same. They would merge it in with this, which would add some significant volume.
Yeah, did the city even ask for donation of the right-of-way?
That wouldn't come up for a rezoning. That would come up with site plan and plating.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I know this section is scheduled to be a 3-lane section, I believe, unless there's new information. I don't think it's a 4-lane or a 5-lane in the future. It's just a 3-lane, so it's not as much road width as you might expect.
On the intersection, though, and you put the turning lanes and everything, it would probably be at least a 4 or 5 lane, because you'd have to have if it's got a center 3 lane there, you got 3 lanes. If you got an ingress and an outgress, that's 4 lanes right there.
Now, if you look at concept plan A, you can see where the building would be set back. And so what you're proposing as an additional turn lane off of Cheney would be part of where a detention area is. But the building is far enough back because it's not going to be all one property. It would be both, this property donating land and the I think it's the Warnick property right near it donating property. So
What was the time frame on doing anything at all to Old National Highway?
there's not one.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the last discussion was 35 to $40 million.
Through there. I come through there this afternoon, and it's pretty congested there. That was my only concern. The only pro that I see on it, it's already zoned apartments. You trade oranges, kind of oranges for apples, but it is a little lot. It is a little lot, and that's what concerns me. Thank you, Bo.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This also received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023, and we will have a public hearing on this Tuesday evening. This is second reading. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I know it should be in a package, but can somebody explain that for the people who are watching that don't have a package?
So as we said last month, this is basically modernizing our off-street parking for apartments. It's breaking it into 2 categories where you have gated communities and non-gated, and it's setting the number of spaces per units.
That's to do with new add more parking for like the new construction.
For new apartments, yes, whether it's gated or not gated. Seeing no other questions, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. First, we've got approve or reject city bids and purchases. First, we've got the bid on Bain Drive Water and Sewer Relocation Project. The city received 2 bids for this, and the lowest one was from Jarrett Builders of Nashville at $2,489,714. The next bid was from Smith Brothers, which was $4.2 million. Both bids were above estimated cost. And looking at everything, staff is recommending that we reject all bids. Any questions?
Why is it because of the price, Kyle, or because of the people doing it?
It's the price. The estimate was like 1.5, and basically it come back at 2.5, and it's for a road project that's associated with the industrial access grant, and so we want to discuss this further with TDOT because the original grant I think was for around 1.6 million for the road improvements. So all of the budget is really out of order when you're looking at relocating this amount of water and sewer lines, $2.5 million for a $1.5 million project. Don't even make sense. So we just need to rethink this whole project.
Thank you, Kyle. Moving on to number 2, state contract purchase, internal network cable and installation for Fire Station 41 construction project. This is about $55,140. This is part of this year's budget, and this is for all the necessary audio hardware and network hardware for the new fire station. Does anyone have any questions on that? Number 3, state contract purchase, security camera hardware and installation for Fire Station 41 construction project. Again, this is just like it sounds, $15,538, and again, this is part of the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Number 4, state contract purchase, access control hardware and installation for Fire Station 41 construction project. This is all access control hardware and installation. The price is $38,153, and this is also part of the budget. Does anyone have any questions?
Was all these add-ons here, or what, is this part of the original 11 million or whatever it was?
This is part of the whole project.
Okay.
Moving on to B, approve a professional service agreement with Crofton Associates LLC for the Upper Cheney Woods Interceptor Sewer appraisals and market study. So this is, to avoid utility conflicts, we need to acquire some easements for 5409 and 5404 Murfreesboro Road. You can see the breakdown. The total in fees is $12,500. Does anyone have any questions?
And this will come out of water and sewer fund?
Yes. And yes. Next, we've got the change order number 1 with CTI for the Upper Cheney Woods Interceptor Sewer Project. So this is 6,800 linear feet of 21-inch and 3,200 of 18-inch gravity sewer with manholes, incidentals, all of that. The original contract price was $5.8 million. The contract price will decrease by $308,656. The new contract price, including the change order, will be $5.5 million, and the contract time will increase by 120 days. So the new completion date is June 28th of this year. Does anyone have any questions? So the next one is ratify the approval of a grant contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance for the provision of grant funds for tuition assistance, training, and professional development expenses for the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy, TALIA. This is a unique one, and it is not been signed yet. This is one that has a due date, though, before our meeting. So to get it in, it would need to be signed before our meeting, which is why it's mentioned as a ratification. And so this is essentially $40,000 for 5 years for a total of $200,000, and we don't have a matching portion with that. Is that right, Chief?
That's correct.
So we're looking at $200,000 of free money. So that's what this is. So this will be on the agenda as a ratification for Tuesday night.
What'd you say, it had to be done before our meeting?
Yes, it has to be turned in by Monday. Am I correct?
That's correct. We were actually given an extension as well, but the extension didn't get us past the BOMA meeting. So it has to be signed and turned in prior to the BOMA meeting on Tuesday.
The BOMA meeting?
That's the Yankee in him. We're working on it.
BOMA.
Balma.
Oh, boy.
Does anyone have any questions about?
Sorry, Chief. I ain't seen you in a while. I had to gouge at you a little bit.
I'm turning red.
Moving on to E, approved contract with Greater Nashville Regional Council for the provision of special census field verification and review services. So this is tied to the census that we've been doing. The maximum cost for this will be $41,591. There's a high probability we're not going to reach that amount, but still we go worst case scenario. The city will be charging the city a $2,500 upfront fee and then charging $60 per hour for the time conducting the review of the census. And so this is normal. It's just the price kind of jumped up on us from prior years, but GNRC has done that across the board. And you can kind of see that with all of the various cities that have started doing censuses. Does anyone have any questions?
So when is the closeout date on the census?
We're looking at March.
We have to have it turned into GNRC by March 1st.
Okay.
Next, we've got F, approve annual renewal of GIS management services for the Police Department Flex CAD system. And so this is just our annual renewal for GIS services through Motorola. And so the renewal cost is $28,612. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't have on F, but on, Bruce, on C, I'd like for C to be pulled off consent, but on record. Since it's such a big amount, 5.5 million, I'd like for it to be put on by itself.
The reduction change order,
Yeah.
where we're reducing the total price by $300,000. Is that correct? You're wanting that off of the consent?
We're reducing it 300,000?
Yes, that's what I said, and that's what's in the packet.
That's a reduction, not an increase.
Reduction?
Yes, I think it's $308,000.
What if it's a reduction? I can live with it. Leave it on there.
Okay, moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. And this is a budget for the purchase of mobile surveillance cameras for the police department. The total budget amendment is $30,000. A total of $12,000 will be added to the grant revenue line item, and the remaining $18,000 will come out of fund balance. Does anyone have any questions? Number 8, Resolution 2024-03, a resolution to acquire easements for the Upper Cheney Woods Interceptor Sewer Line project by eminent domain. And so this is just like it sounds. It'll allow the city to acquire 2 easements needed for the Upper Cheney Woods Interceptor Sewer Line project. Does anyone have any questions? Resolution 2024-04, resolution to amend the City of LaVergne check signing policy. This will amend the check signing policy to allow the senior finance specialist to sign checks as a backup to the finance director. Doesn't change any of the requirements for the board signatures. It's just adding one extra person to that process if the finance director is not available. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 10, motion to approve addendum number 2, professional services for the Brookside Park revision. And so this is for upgraded costs from the Reagan Smith revisions, and this is a total of $5,900. Does anyone have any questions?
We're good with this, David? Yes,
Please,
sir.
please, this way anyone watching can hear you.
This has been a headache. Well, for me it has. Trying to understand.
Don't lose your hair over it.
Thank you, Board. Yes, sir, Vice Mayor, I think this is the only way we're going to find out whether the state is going to accept our proposal or not. If we get any grant funds, we're going to have to submit this first. That's the only option we have now to see if they're going to move forward with it or not. So you submit this, and they're either going to say yay or nay, but it's going to cost us $5,900 either way.
That's what I want to see. Even if we approve this, it may not, they may not accept it.
Correct.
Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
But if they do, then we don't have to worry about the grading and the
parking
dirt,
lot
parking
and
lot and all
the
that.
walking trail tied back in, I believe. They're taking out the playground equipment, the shelter. We suggest leaving a 20 by 20 pad for a future shelter to be built on. That's basically what they're taking out. They're leaving, I think they're going to lower the asphalt specifications maybe in the parking lot. Kyle or Gary may jump in on that.
Well, they're going to look at that because currently what they have is basically a street section. So we told them to look at what the cost would be if they, or see if they could reduce that down to more of a parking lot section as opposed to a street section.
Okay. I would just say that for staff, I know we still have to hear from TDEC, but if this is the direction we go, we need to, during our budget sessions, come up with a plan to to build upon this so that the residents in that area have a well built out and functioning park.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Any
you,
other
David.
questions? Thank you.
So moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the beer board. We do have one applicant. That's Jamie Knight. And this has been advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. So if we have any other applicants, that will be added by Tuesday, and I will appoint someone, and the board will confirm for that four-year term Tuesday night. Next, we've got the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got 2 terms that are expiring. Both applicants wish to remain on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and no one else has applied, so that will be on the agenda Tuesday night. Next, we have the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and so we have got 2 terms that have expired as of yesterday, and both wish to remain on this board. If there are any other applicants, that will be added on Tuesday night, but this will be part of the agenda. Then we've got the Greenway Advisory Committee, and we've got 1 term that expired, and that applicant does wish to be reappointed. No one else has applied, but if they do, it will be added on for Tuesday night. The Library Board, we've got 1 vacant term, and we have 1 applicant, so that will be on the agenda for Tuesday. The Local Emergency Planning Commission, we have multiple vacancies, and we've got some that staff is recommending to put on there, and we will address that Tuesday night. Then last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 3 terms expired on there, and we still do not have any applicants. So if we do not have anyone apply by Tuesday night, that will be removed from the agenda. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Yes, remember tomorrow's Groundhog Day. That's when we find out if we're going to have 6 more weeks of bad weather or not. Hopefully, we'll have 6 more weeks of good weather. Well, I think we've had enough snow and ice for a while. And again, check on the elderly and make sure your pets have fresh water and ample shelter. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
Just a reminder that baseball and softball signups are at the park, the back baseball fields on Sunday afternoons. Get out there and get your kiddos signed up for a springtime of great activity, and everyone have a great evening.
Vice Mayor No.
Yes, sir, I got a couple things. First of all you department heads, city employees, thank you so much for what you endured through all of the snow and the bad weather, especially to Mike and his crew. I mean, they're still out there fighting it, but I know y'all were out of work and pulling your hair out. I see we got some new people joining the city. I'd like to see that, especially to the census people. I know some of y'all are out there been doing the census, so maybe it's been getting some strange looks. Some people even brought up on social media about the fire department. Why is the fire department out here? And you know, it's a never-ending thing. But one more thing, I'm gonna bring this back up Tuesday. Anybody that's watching at home, February. February 24th, 7 a.m. till noon at the Senior Center. I've managed to work up another electronic dumpster. So if you've got any kind of electronics that you are having problems getting rid of, January 24th, 7 to noon at the Senior Center. There is no charge, but we will be taking donations, and all donations will be going to the seniors at the Senior Center. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Want to remind everybody this Saturday we've got the Daddy-Daughter Dance. Last year was absolutely packed, and should be a lot of fun. We've got music, lots of sugary sweets David's team's been putting together, so should be a fun time. I do want to echo what the Vice Mayor said. Thank you to Michael Dietz and his team. They've been out plowing the roads like crazy, salting, trying to get as much of it gone as they can, but you can only do so much with below freezing temperatures and ice everywhere. So thank you to you and your staff. I also want to thank Doug and his team because of all the work that they've been doing on the potholes. And I know y'all been getting worn out with it, but as I told the Public Works Director, I even submitted some online, and with them not even knowing I submitted them, they were still filled within 24 hours. So if you see them, please report them online or call and ask to speak to Doug, and Doug will personally take that and get those filled. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
you.